The sun is still shining in Spielsvásárad as we come back to this beautiful part of Hungary. We're very near the Slovakian border, about an hour or so away, 100 miles from Budapest, just to put you in the picture. But here we are, final day of what has been an absolutely epic World Championship so far. The marathon yesterday, really off the scale in terms of drama, the driving through those fantastic obstacles, the scenes, it looked absolutely beautiful. We had 2 eliminations and Christoph Sandmann retired, but they will be coming forward for the cones. And I think a lot is going to change today in the order. That's the team standings at the moment. So Bram and Koos did a good job on the marathon yesterday to put the Netherlands in front. And look at Australia ahead of Germany, but absolutely nothing between them. Not a time penalty, a cone or anything. Belgium still in the mix, as we would expect, and Hungary right up there as well. Boyd put a country mile ahead of Chester after that really dominant display on the marathon. He and Michael Brockler shared 4 fastest times each, but he's way out in front. We will be bringing you the drivers in reverse order of their current standings. Just running through. There are 38 now that are remaining in sort of the live competition. Still got 41 competing today. And you'll see all those Hungarian flags because they were allowed to have 6 additional individuals competing on top of their team. Jerome Voutaz sadly had that tip up in the obstacle fairly early on. He was going really well. So that was elimination for him, and confirmation just now from the judges that Yiri Nesvacil, one of the horses, just went a bit unsound between obstacles 7 and 8, so he did not present himself for obstacle 8. So that was why he was eliminated on the marathon, and Christoph, after one of those early obstacles as well, retired. Rankings at the moment next to our drivers. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes in this first session. The competition has been divided into 4 sections, so there will be quick breaks in between. The water cannons have been out already. They were being used in this big arena because, as you can see, it's pretty hot, 24 degrees, and not much breeze today. We had a bit of a breeze out on the marathon. We were upland a bit in the hills, just beyond one of the main parts of the stud. But the people, it was extraordinary. It was like a rock festival, a concert. There were estimated to be about 16,000 people, and they were all there from very early on in the day. One of the heroes of Hungarian driving, and indeed of this weekend. He's absolutely thrilled the crowds with his dressage and marathon as part of it, but he was in a brilliant display here in the stadium on Friday night, going round and round at breakneck speed to quite riotous cheers from his adoring fans. And that, of course, is Laszlo Juras. He's here as the test driver, so he'll be going through the cones first. And of course, he was the gentleman that won double gold for Hungary, individual, and was part of the team 40 years ago at this very place. That's our commentary and judging spot in the tower. The great Laszlo Juras, and the crowds filtering in. There were great queues outside as we all arrived this morning, with people waiting to get into their seats. And there's our lady of driving. She was on obstacle number 1 yesterday. I was determined to find out if she was a patron saint or something of Hungary, but we've given her all sorts of titles. She's been moved down. Some of the wonderful obstacle dressing that we had yesterday, they looked so spectacular, quite majestic in many ways, and really gave us a wonderful backdrop to some great horse sport on Marathon Saturday. This may well be an early indicator as to where the tricky parts on this course are going to be. The surface was well watered yesterday. They actually had the water cannons out first thing this morning on the warm-up arena as well, as Laszlo starts his test round. So the clock has started. They've got 45 seconds from when that judge's bell rings, and already they've got to do quite a loop back on themselves for number 1. We'll get to know the course. Not really a chance in these early stages to open up the horses and try and get up against the clock. You're always looping back on yourself. Now, you do have these wonderful articulation points between your leaders and wheelers and then the carriage. You can double back on yourself, but the tighter the turns, the more you shorten up, the harder it is against the clock. So those narrow cones, that's the first set at number 4. And look at 13 sitting there right in the middle. Is it going to be unlucky or lucky today? We've got one of our lions back down here as well. They were pouncing in the middle of an obstacle yesterday. But the arena looking absolutely super with all the plants and the various sculptures around. That's an early ball and another one. So 3 penalties. 3 penalties per cone. And with the incredible small margins between certainly some of our top spots. Boyd's fine, but behind him it's pretty close. These drivers will be doing all they can to not only be up against the clock and under the time, but also to keep those balls on top. Now, there's been a bell ring. Just remember, this is a bit of a theoretical round. You can see number 10 there, which is the bridge. I think he probably knocked down something he hadn't been through yet. If you follow the World Cup, you'll know that you have to leave all the cones in place, whether you've been through them or not. So that was a rebuild, so that gets a few extra penalties. And crucially, the drivers must wait for that bell ring again. So you can get 3 penalties even if you've driven through something. If you knock down any part of an obstacle after it has already been driven. If your carriage overturns, you will be eliminated, a bit like on the marathon. And if any part of an obstacle in advance of one being driven is knocked down, the bell will be rung for the obstacle to be rebuilt. So that's quite a good illustration of this particular article in all the rules. It's 975.5.3. We're being really technical about it. 3 penalties and add 10 seconds. Making an error, of course, which means taking an obstacle out of sequence. That will also result in elimination. Lots of things potentially that can happen as Laszlo gets going again. It is very tight out there. It's one thing walking it, but it's quite another getting through the length of 4 horses, 2 horses each, and the carriage. 1 wave and 2 zigzags on the course. Number 17 is the wave, and with these offset cones, you stand at 17A and you think you've got a clear line through, but actually it's much more tricky to drive than you might think, because you've got to set yourself up almost whilst you're in the previous pair. He's having a good look down. It's very tempting to do so. You do want to keep the head forward and focused and straight out into 18 for another narrow pair. 19 by the entrance, and our archway of inflated FEI sausages, for want of a better word. Through D. And an oxer to end on, so that's the square of cones, 2 pairs, but they do count as 1. But it really doesn't matter what the time is or what the penalty score is, because this great man, who looks so incredibly well for his 73 years, has absolutely delighted this very knowledgeable and enthusiastic fan base. So he had 4 balls down. 3, 6, 12D and 17A. 30.59 time penalty, so that was 42.59 in total. The time allowed, and this is a figure that will become etched into your mind throughout the day, is 187 seconds. The time limit for the whole course, which if you go over, you will be eliminated, 374. And good to see Jerome Voutaz for Switzerland back in, and the horses all looking fit and well, and the grooms, importantly, because we don't see very many tip-ups nowadays. The level of training and skill, and certainly the equipment that is used, does everything to keep everyone, equine and human, as safe as possible. But if you're watching Jerome just next to that F gate in Prince Philip's Trees yesterday, number 2, just overshot F after what had been a cracking drive through all the other gates, overshot, doubled back, but in that doubling back of the horses, it was just too much of an angle for the carriage, and that flipped over. But everybody seems to be okay, which is most important. Now, this will be a bit of a trailblazing course for everybody else that comes later. In the normal order, he would have been driving a lot later in the day. He is very competitive, and as a regular fixture on the World Cup circuit, pretty good at these cones. Now, this sequence, 7, 8, 9, they look very friendly when you first walk the course, but actually you realise that where you think you can go, you'd be going through the cones backwards, therefore eliminating yourself. So you have to do all these loops and turns. There's another oxer in 11. Just losing a little bit of his flow there, but that's what happens, that through these combinations We used to call them serpentines. 13. Oh gosh, look at those tracks right at the base. Those cones are in 5 centimeters from the standard width of 185, so it's 175 they have to get their wheels through, which the axles and wheels are on 158, same width as for the dressage. Most of them will be using the same carriages. And of course, unlike the marathon, where they're sitting on that single seat in the middle, so they're looking down the pole between the horses, they've got this different seating position to one side, which, as I said the other day, if you really want to understand the science of the adjustments that you make in your coupling reins because of that different angle, do read Max Papp's book, The Art of Driving. Some fantastic illustrations of that. Now that very, very, very good round. That could well be a winning round for the cones competition in itself, and a great display from Jerome Voutaz to end what hasn't been a particularly good event for him. But each phase does have a set of prizes in itself, as well as the overall team and individual positions. But he ends on a 0 score and well in under the time. How influential is this course going to be for the medals? Now here is Yiri, who drives these handsome, stately Kladrubers from the State Stud in the Czech Republic. And just to confirm, he was not able to complete his marathon because one of the horses wasn't sound after 7, so quite rightly he didn't pursue it. And the clock starts for them, but don't they polish up very well with their gleaming grey coats, spotless. Such presence to them. Now it starts to get, in some ways, easier for the drivers because they can see the lines in the sand from what's gone before, but obviously we have the Harrows and the arena parties in during the breaks just to smooth everything out, but you can get the grooves in the sand, which gives you a little bit less control over your wheels, a bit like if you drive on the motorway or an autobahn that's used a lot and you can find your wheels getting pulled into some of the lorry lines. It's a similar sort of feeling in your carriage. Now that's one of the more straightforward lines going into 7, but then you have this doubling back on yourself. 7 to 8 could be very different if you went straight forward without having to do this quite tight figure of 8. Those numbers so positioned, some of them angled, just to be able to be relatively easy to see. Now the bridge, A and B elements, but set slightly wider. There are set distances for the bridge, but the cones are set wider at 2 meters as opposed to the 185 for the standard pairs as we have them there. And then a bit narrower for those darker ones, just like this at 13. Yeah, he had good clearance there. They've just got a nice rhythmic trot there. ideally you want them to have the same pace. If one breaks into canter, it just can upset the balance of the four a little bit, but they're well into their stride there. As they come down through 17 past one of the long sides of the grandstand, which is a sellout. 6,500 people will be in here today watching what's going on. Now the time penalties are starting, so he's gone over that 187. But otherwise, a lovely clear in terms of the cones. Pops him into second place at the moment, 4.13. Can't doff his cap because after a recent rule change, it was deemed that everyone on the carriage had to wear a hard hat, and they must have the chin strap done up as well. Otherwise that results in extra penalties. As they jog out. Bye to the Kladrubers for another event. A time there of 195.25. All the cones stayed up as now it looks like Jimmy Fairclough is not coming forward, so we're skipping forward to Ferenc Galbács, the first of our individual Hungarians. He's currently sitting in 37th position on a score of 235.12. So just to confirm, Jimmy Fairclough has retired as per the information on the screen at the moment, which means that the USA are effectively taken out of the team event. So we're now on 9 national teams competing for those medals. Halfway point at the bridge. Doesn't cause any issues for these bold forward horses. They had quite a big bridge in number 3 on the marathon to contend with yesterday, and you'll notice that they are permitted to wear the leg coverings. They can't do that in dressage. They all had their legs with a bit of often national colours around their brushing boots. Lots of overreach boots on. I heard that the odd shoe came off on the marathon as well, which is not uncommon. But everyone so far extremely proficient in getting themselves round this. Speed of 240 meters per minute. The length of the course is 750 meters. That's the length. And aiming to come in under that magical 187 seconds. The narrow cones with that 5 centimeters off at 180. Alexander Flock and has assistance, but he's been in charge of the course design for the marathon and the cones. Judges in place, both in the tower here, and Barry Capstick's actually out on the course in the arena in the judging hut up in one of those corners. And time an issue there, 2:09.2, so 11.1 time penalties, but all the balls stayed on top. And another one of our Hungarian favourites leaves the arena. Great shots there. Of these 16 legs in action. That gives him a total of 246.22. And as the first driver not to be driving on a retired or eliminated score, he's sitting in first place just now. Our judges, senior judge, president of the ground jury, that is Bert Jambon. He's had a busy few days, as somebody in his role does. He has to adjudicate, know the rules, ring the bells, keep everyone right, and also sign off on all the running orders and results and everything that happens. Every sheet, like the course plans and maps that come out, all have to be signed off. And once that signature's on there, it's all official. Barry obviously out on the course. Yiri Kunes for the Czech Republic, another one of the level 4 judges. Herman van den Bosch and Elimar, they're sitting next door, judging from here. Technical delegate, Jeroen Houtman, for the Netherlands, also one of our main course builders. Not just outdoors, but for the indoor World Cup circuit as well. And that will be on us very soon. Always exciting. Chief Steward Jan de Vary for Belgium, Camille and an army of assistant stewards. We've got vets, lots of officials, but all these positions are compulsory, must be filled. The horses had an in-harness inspection before they came into the cone, so they are checked by stewards and vets throughout the event. One so far at number 1 for the first of the 2 Polish drivers. Wiesław Sadowski with his Arabo-Frisians, quite distinctive in their confirmation action. Their high head height as well. Another breed with a fantastic history, certainly the Frisians. And very popular all over the world. They have a lot of them in Canada as well, where in Ontario there's quite a big Dutch community that's settled over there. And that's another ball just rolling, good camera shot there. And they're still exhibited and used in their traditional harness, the 2-wheeled vehicles. They're called chasers. 13's gone as well. And they have white reins, quite distinctive harness. But these quite lightweight 2-wheeled vehicles, in English we call them a chaise, but it's like an enclosed body, like a shell almost, not totally enclosed, but you sort of have to climb in over the sides sometimes to get into it. All sorts of Dutch traditions surrounding the purebred Frisians that of course were used for working the land and transporting, conveying goods. This production of the modern sports horse, no different from what's gone before in introducing different bloodlines to all our breeds, pretty much. The influence of Hackneys, Arabs and thoroughbreds can't be overstated. 4, 5 gone now. And over the time. But great to have a team here for Poland. So it just goes to show how relatively easy Jerome Voutaz made it look. A time of 2:05.72. He had 3:12B and D down, 13:19 A and B in a time of 2:05.72. So there were 9.36 time penalties. Total cones penalty of 27.36, which gives him a total at the end of his World Championship of 259.93. Halfway through our opening session already as Simon Sándor Tóth comes in. Another one of our Hungarian individuals and another one driving the Lipizzaners. He rose up the rankings after the marathon at 77-ish after his dressage, one of the first to go, back on Thursday morning. It seems like a long time ago now. And the countdown on for him from 45 seconds after the bell has rung. And the flag went down, so the clock has started. Two, and then you've got to do this S-bend to get to 3. It's a nice picture when all the legs go in sequence briefly. First of the narrow sets at 180. Although it would be lovely to drive straight forward and go through 8, no, you have to go between 8 and 9 and have the big loop there, back on yourself, and then come out and do another S to get to 9. The horse is looking forward, he's got plenty in his hand. It's a good feeling. And you have a bit more control over the steering. You're better able to place them. And those slightly wider cones over the bridge. So the serpentines are where you just have the single cones that you snake down. The zigzag is where the middle cones all form a straight line. And then the wave is where you have them offset on a 45-degree angle from the straight line. The bridge itself is a minimum of 3 meters wide, so that's the actual bridge, and the cones have to be a minimum of 2 meters coming in and out of it. Even the height of the bridge is a consideration. Minimum of 20 and a maximum of 40, so that's the archway. 1 knock so far for the Hungarian. And we're into time now. He's gone over the 187, so penalty's just clocking up actually quite a composed round. As he comes forward for 20. 2 balls, a time of 211.8, but everyone seems pleased there. Now that's what it's all about. Numbers 13 and 18 were the ones in red on my screen. Time penalties of 12.4, cones total for him 18.4, and he ends currently in second place overall, 247.03. And that ends the World Championship. Great shot there. He's going to knock it well. That's number 18. Next in, the second of the Czech drivers, but his score will be counting now for team purposes. Jaroslav Juran with these wonderful Welsh cobs. Bit of a time warp for many of us in driving who used to see these certainly on the British Isles. Lots of our great drivers, and whether they're driven single, pair, team or tandem, very adaptable, brave, clever, hardy horses. Bred to work. They've got stamina, bone. Good legs, very, very good feet as well. That's important when you've got horses. They look like good fun. A small, slightly lighter coloured one, chestnut in the left wheel. Oops, just a wiggle there. But we can forgive him that, just to see these super Welsh cobs at a World Championship. Jaroslav Juran driving these Pretoria Welsh cobs. There is a lot of information about them and their breeding on the internet if you're a fan of these. Oh, well done, come on, organise. And having a look, that's fine, got away with it. Just the one down so far. It was number 6. They're such willing characters. And yeah, another one there. Great shot. So he's up to 6. They could do this all day long. They've got great stamina. Welsh ponies from the mountain ponies in Section A. The Bs, not so many of them around, used more often, not exclusively, as riding show-type ponies. They had a little bit of thoroughbred and Arab or more put into them over the years. Oh, they were really... Now, that's quite a Welsh thing to do, to make the decision and decide that they were going to go through that set of cones. That was a very good example of the Welsh character there. We're going this way, we've decided. Still enjoying themselves. Great shots. Time will just creep over now. And thank you, Jaroslav, for bringing out your Welsh cobs. A joy to see them. 6 and 12D were the ones for him. Time of 193.17. That's 3 9.09 on the time penalties, 9.09. That's third place for him in the cones at the moment. Jerome Voutaz with his silky smooth round, still in front there. Puts Jaroslav into first place at the moment for what has gone so far today on 231.15. But of course that will be a temporary but rather nice position. Screenshot that, everyone, whilst you can. We move to Romania now. And Gergo Rakotsi, Conversano, Maestoso, and two Tulipans. So we've had a very early double clear, which is interesting. But let's see who is able to do that next. So a bit like the horses, the two teams that we've got that are based here at the State Stud, these ones are from the National Stud Farm in Romania. Three of the four have been used in all three phases. This is the same as the marathon competition. Oh, just a little bit of disagreement as to which side of the tower they were going to go, but easily rectified. Wheelers working together there, deciding which horses go in front and behind, and whether they are on the left or the right, the near or the off. Back in the day for coaching, you tended to have your bigger, stronger horses, the weightier ones, the stronger ones behind to pull your coach or whatever transportation you're taking out on the roads. And certainly slightly lighter, possibly smaller ones in front. But ideally you want all four matched in their conformation. It just makes it easier. Certainly for a competitive team, it wasn't perhaps such a consideration out on the roads and in the fields back in the day. But a tremendous history around carriage building all over the world, and the sorts of vehicles that were produced that were in harmony with the terrain, like the American vehicles and Australians, and where there's lots of space and big prairies, you have great big, think of the American buggies and Meadowbrook carts and things, where you've got those great big wheels, and certainly on the four-wheelers you don't have much of a turning circle because you don't need it. Whereas a lot of European carriages, you've got the cut underbody, so the front wheels and the turntable can tuck right under, a bit like here. Just look at the archway in the body of the vehicle between the front and the back wheels. And there we have it. That's two down so far, 12A and 17A. Narrow cones. For the oxers, they are composed of two pairs of cones which are set in a straight line. The distance between the first set and the second set will be between 1.5 and 3 meters. And even the history of the cones is a fascinating one, because when this sport was invented as an FEI discipline, certainly fine-tuned. The early rules were based on those of ridden eventing. 3 down for Gergo, that's 12A, 17A, 17C, a time of 2:06.96, which gives him 9.98 time penalties, cones total of 18.98, and a running total in the mix in that final column, 240.26. The first of the two Romanians, Kalman Babo in after Petter, who's about to come in now. But when this final part of the three-day event, driving trials or combined driving, all the names we've used over the years, was being rolled out initially, they used wooden triangles, which weren't great because they broke and had to be replaced and made a noise if a wheel or a foot hit them. So the design of the modern cone absolutely can be attributed back to Prince Philip, and they are based on traffic cones. Now this gentleman, somebody we assume will have a fantastic future in driving because he's done very well so far. He was the 2022 European champion in Kisba Azars in the junior pony pair category. So a young talent, and supported here to be able to drive at this senior championship by the Hungarian Equestrian Federation. Of course, are celebrating their centenary, and the Hungarian military, which is why he's looking so smart in his uniform. Had a pretty good marathon yesterday. Got a mixture of stallions and geldings in his four, aged 7 to 11, so they also have plenty of time ahead of them. Big horses, all Dutch warm bloods, KWPNs. Again, another distinctive shape and action to them. Peter Schuaz for Hungary, driving as one of their individuals. Now they're sitting up and striding out very smartly there. Looks like there's a lot of power in his hands, but he's making a good job of it so far. All the balls on top, just over halfway. Clock ticking. He's currently on 220.66. 1:87 the time before the penalties start. I think he's been practicing. Oh, super trot there. Make the most of those magic moments when they come, particularly with this extravagant action. It does draw the eye in. Yeah, you have to, there's a lot of looping and gathering up and releasing on these combinations. Oh, that's bad luck because he was having a super round until then. Oh, now that was a bit of luck because he touched that cone. So he's back to neutral now on the luck stakes. We did call our First Lady of Driving, our sculptural head, Lady Luck, yesterday. Did a few more shots of her. Look at all the flowers. The arena, everything has looked spectacular. All credit to our hosts here. And another one has gone. Oh, that's... yeah, just at the end, 20, 19D. But in under the time, and how lovely for him to get a cheer like that. Very special scenes here. So 17D, 19D and 20 at the end of the course, because until that point he judged it absolutely beautifully. Got those horses working well together, just leaning into the turn. Very flashy, enhanced by those white boots. So he just finishes on the 9. There were no time penalties there. Well judged round in terms of pace, 182.03. And he goes ahead at the moment on 229.66 as we welcome in our second Romanian. He was also a competitor at the Pairs World Championship we had about a year or so ago in the PAM, where we are going to turn our attentions quite soon in 2 weeks' time for the World Singles Championships. So a pair and a four-in-hand driver for Romania. Had some good results this year, a few sixths, and was 11 quite recently at Pieperkopflach in Austria, that event that Glenn Geerts won. He's got Sandra Babu on there and Torga. Oh, Joanna. Sometimes they write the first names first and sometimes it's the surnames. I think that's Joanna on there. Four and five have been knocked. So these cones themselves, the material, this is all in the FEI rulebook, must be plastic and stable enough for use and indestructible. That's another one gone. Number 8 on those loops up at the top end of the arena. Must be between 30 and 50 centimetres in height, and the base about 40 to 42.5. And the angle, this is important, the angle is, of that slope, 60 degrees. And even the ball hollow on the top of the cone, that's in the rules as well, that must be 40 millimetres, so 4 centimetres in diameter. There is no restriction on the colour. And they must weigh a minimum of 2.5 kilos. It is very precise, and it's precise for the balls as well. They have a size of 72 millimetres for their diameter and weigh 200 grams. A few more just rolling at the moment. We're up to 6 now. Knowing your 3 times table is quite crucial in this phase. And those red and white markers, they're considered part of the element. They must be stable enough for use. They don't have their own set of dimensions, but they must be stable. They sort of look like a high-pitched roof sitting there on a slope. For the indoors, you can use the sleeves over the cones as well. Should be about 33 centimetres-ish. There we go. And getting into time as well. Nice 6 balls so far. And into the penalty zone for the time. But great that we've had 2 Romanian drivers here, so they've been part of the team event as well. Netherlands at the moment looking very strong. Australia sitting in second. Not much between them, barely a cone. And absolutely nothing between Australia and Germany. Now, for the moment, and Romanian fans, please do enjoy this, because you are currently sitting in first place in the team competition, as both your drivers have been. That, for the time being, pops Romania in front. For our zigzags, for 4 in hand, the distance between the pairs of the cones, centre to centre, is 11 to 13 metres. And for the wave, it does change between pairs and singles as well. Minimum of 10 metres, maximum of 12, and that 45-degree angle. So that is the end of our first morning session. There will be a short break, so do go off and do a few chores or pop the kettle on. Back at 11:15 local time. Welcome back for the second session of the cones here at the 26th FEI Driving World Championship 4-4 in hand. We bring you live coverage from Svilvasvarad in the heart of the Buk Mountains. We are in northern Hungary, near the Slovakian border, and it is an absolutely glorious part of the world. You can see just this nestled stadium in the middle of these mountain tops, and those spectacular scenes from the marathon yesterday, particularly with the drone shots, just gave you an idea, if you're not here in person, of what a very, very special, quite magical venue and event this is. So 2 out of 4 in terms of the cones groupings that we're going to bring you. We've had a very good and impressive double clear from, sadly, an eliminated competitor. That was Jerome Voutaz after the marathon. Didn't go well for him yesterday, but he did come in and give us a bit of a masterclass in a cones round, and by quite some way he is sitting in first place on that 0 score. If some of our other drivers, which they are bound to do, go double clear as well, it will come down to the time for the individual placings. But in terms of the penalties, if they can add nothing to their running totals after the dressage and marathon, that will be the aim. Certainly when we get into those last 6 or 8 athletes where the medals, those 3 individual medals, will really count. And for the Romanians, a lovely position. It will be a brief one where they are sitting on top of the leaderboard because both their athletes have competed. The Americans are now not part of the team event as Jimmy Fairclough has not come forward for the cones. But in the meantime, individually competing for a very strong squad, of course, from the Netherlands, we welcome into this glorious arena Hans Huys. And he starts our second session on the cones round. And you can see that the rollers have been out. Sometimes they use harrows or almost like mesh rollers, but they've actually had proper heavy rollers in between. They're quite narrow enough to fit in between those cones, most of which are sitting at a distance of 185 centimetres. And do the maths, as they say, 158 centimetres is the rim-to-rim outside rear wheel measurement. Hans Huys for the Netherlands, one of our more senior competitors in the field, was in Protoni, came over to Royal Windsor this year as well. And some interesting facts and figures from the FEI, mostly about this nation of the Netherlands that really does tower above pretty much everyone else in terms of medal tallies. They have won the most medals by country. So 20 individual medals. This is at World Championship, 6 of which have been gold. And for the team, 19 of which 11 were gold. So this is the Dutch aiming for this unprecedented 12th team gold if they can. Those individual golds shared out amongst Bram Chardon and Tij Belstra back in the day. Hungary, they are in number 2 slot, which is entirely appropriate as we broadcast from this great nation. They have won 6 golds individually, 16 medals in total, 12 medals and 4 golds for the team, 28 medals. Germany, not too far behind, and certainly they are another nation that consistently does very well in this 4-in-hand category. 7 individual medals, 1 of them gold, 18 team medals, 3 of them gold. All the balls on top so far for Hans as he proceeds through the course. 15 coming up. And the green, it's like a mist, a green mist appears on my screen around each cone. 16's fine. They go red if they get knocked and green if he gets through them. Driving very smoothly at the moment, Hans Huys. So Germany have won 25 medals, individual and team, and Great Britain, I do have to give a shout out to them, no individual golds. And it has been said for many years and decades that George Bowman was the world champion who never was quite world champion. He certainly was very, very nearly there on medal winning teams with golds, but it was felt that it was always one of the great injustices in our driving world that George never got an individual gold, certainly for all he did, and was an inspiration to many, many drivers who are competing here, not least Boyd Exell. And they have a mutual admiration for each other. So 8.77 time penalties. That was a time of 2:04.53, but a full flush of greens. All the balls stayed on top, so good round, smooth round there for Hans Hoy. So 8.77 puts him into third place in the cones competition, and 226.43 at the moment he sits first, but that will keep changing as we proceed through the order. The bell has rung for our one driver from Austria, Christian Schlehofer, currently in 29th on 204.39. They have this 45 seconds to get through the start. He competed in 2016 in Berge, and also here in Hungary with horse pairs. So, Christian Schlehofer from Alhartsberg in Lower Austria, west of Vienna. He's one of our drivers who has mixed up the order a little bit between which horses he's using. They are ranging in age from 6, young Conrad in the team, at the time of declaration. Of course, it can all change. The information that I'm able to share with you comes from the forms that are filled in and given to Christina and the team in the show office when the athletes first arrive and then have their horse inspection. And they nominate at that point the names of the grooms, which is really important. A little bit of information. Some give more than others. And there is quite a variance in the quality of the handwriting and legibility. But this is at the time just before the event starts proper with them in harness. So this is quite, it's always quite interesting to have a look at the breeds and the ages. But lots of greens coming up so far. Pretty smooth round from the Austrian. Sadly, no team. There were 3 entered ahead of the event. I thought we were going to have 11 teams, but 2 have dropped out from Austria. And then with the retirement of Jimmy Fairclough for the States, that takes them out of the team event. So Chester now really eyeing an individual medal, sitting in silver position after his extraordinary dressage and a good solid marathon for him. Job would have been done exactly as planned and hoped. He was never going to win the marathon. That was the reality, but put in some good times and a smooth drive through the obstacles, which has kept him certainly in individual medal contention. Boyd, of course, way out in front, and then Bram again did himself lots of favours to be second in the marathon, and how dearly he and the whole family and the nation of the Netherlands would like to have him on that podium as well. 1 gone so far, that's 18 in an otherwise pretty good round, just fraction over the time. Number 18 was the cone that was knocked, and the time was 1:88.67, so that's 1.67 over the allowed time. There you have it on your screens. 0.84 puts him into second place on that cones penalty total of 3.84, and as we would expect, ahead by quite some way. Only 20 points, 2:08.23 for the Austrian, and that signals the end of his World Championship. estimated that there will be about 6,500 spectators enjoying the action here come the afternoon and the prize givings and everything later on today. And the ticket price is about 6,000 Hungarian forints. That's the currency here. Translates between about 12 and 15 euros. So the cost of living here is far lower than in a lot of other parts of Europe and the world. But it's all relative, but not too expensive to come and watch, as the first of our 3 French drivers come forward. Maxime Maricourt, sitting in 28th currently on 2:01.84, the last of our athletes to be in the 200s, and then we dip into the 190s for quite a few of our drivers. There's 3 Hungarians clustered quite closely together and a Pole. Sad that Christoph Sandmann hasn't made it back into this final phase, because our knowledgeable crowd would have appreciated seeing him again. For Germany, he slots in behind Bram Chardon, who I don't know if he'll ever be caught. Very unlikely, unless Bram keeps doing what he's doing. Bram Chardon has won the most medals in four-in-hand driving. That's a red at 6. 3 to add so far for Maxime. 14 golds, that's individual and team. So that's those incredible team results over the years have really upped the average for that for Bram Chardon. Then the 2 great Germans, Christoph Sandmann, who has been driving here, 14 medals, 3 of them gold, and Michael Freund for Germany. He's here training Frederick Persson, and that's really paying off, because Frederick's right up there in the mix for a team, an individual rather, medal. We don't have a Swedish team, sadly. They have figured in the past. On to 2 down. Maxime, that's 10A. So that was the start of the bridge. There's slightly wider cones, and we're up to 3 now. 12B. When there's a team of 3, obviously a drop score from each phase, and it can come from any of the 3 athletes, so you can have... Oh, yes, that ball really did roll, didn't it? So unlike the scoring that we saw in the Olympics recently, where there were 3 team members, but certainly something like the eventing and the jumping, well, obviously, and the dressage, it was all counted. That's a little bit of pressure, but it means 1 less athlete and horse. Now, oh gosh, just got away with that. Horse is bouncing a little bit. But we are into time as well. He's gone over the time as he comes through 18. There will be a few penalties to add through. That narrow set just got this final zigzag to go through. A wave and 2 zigzags on this course. And through the final Oxa, quite a lot for time. That was 2:30.96. 3 balls to add to 9. So a penalty total for the cones of 30.98. That gives him a running total of 232.82. So the time penalties there, 21.98, cones 6, 10A and 12B. As we take our leave of the first of French drivers. We've got Anthony Aillaud. He had a really good marathon yesterday. Yep, there we go. Thank you, crew. That's great to see. Good head shots there. Ears forward, this is willing, forward and happy. And the Hungarian flag, my goodness, there have been plenty of Hungarian flags, and that signals the start of the cones round for János Papp with these glorious mares, the Nonius horses. Got one of the most fascinating histories of any breed in Europe. If you're interested in these sorts of things, do have a bit of a read about this ugly Anglo-Norman stallion that he was called but bred. Oh, lovely, good girls working together. He wasn't renowned for his looks, but he threw good-looking stock, strong, good bone, very well proportioned horses. When you see them out of harness, if you had to do a test on good conformation, this is one of the breeds that seems to have it in spades. János Papp was having a pretty good marathon until one of the last obstacles, one of the wheels got a little bit caught round a post, we can say, and gave the team on the ground a little bit of carpentry to have to do, but he emerged and is currently sitting in 27th position on 196.88. When you have them all of the same breeding and bloodlines like this, so much easier to match them in types, heights, paces, head carriage, all sorts of things. I'm sure being mares, they have very strong and quite different personalities, but it is glorious to see 4 of the mares being driven together. No problems there. 1 down, which was number 7. So far 3 to add. Time not looking too bad. The really strategic drivers, the Brams, the Boyds, the Chesters of this world, will have their marker points for the time over the course. Hugh Scott Barrett and Boyd's crew, who was on the bottom step for so many years on the marathons and the World Cups, who is very clever with figures anyway, and Hugh, it's always been his job to work out the split times. And you used to see him and perhaps Emma on the back looking up at the clocks just to see if they were in the right place, and it's that sort of attention to detail that has helped keep Boyd in his number 1 position for so long. That was England calling, my apologies. 12A as well. And the crowd are starting to get going. Oh, that's the very last ball gone. What a shame. But it doesn't matter because they're so happy to see one of their favourite drivers, one of the next generation, who are upholding this glorious tradition in this proud driving nation. Slots him into 2nd spot overall at the moment, a total of 2:08.47. That was because of those 3 cones down, 7, 12A and 20. A time of 192.18, which resulted in 2.58, 2.59 for an 8th position in the cones on that total of 11.59. an even bigger and warmer welcome for Ferenc Galbács Jr. We've got senior and junior in a number of our competitors here. Galbács Jr. on the side of his hat there. That's great. I hope you got to spot that as he drives on his home turf with the Lipizzaners. And there's so much that goes on. There's the farm a little bit further up the hill away from this stadium, but we've got stables and lots going on adjacent to where we're bringing you these pictures from. And of course we are at the State Stud Farm, reliving history and making some for us all to look back on in future years. Being back here 40 years since the 7th World Championship was held here, and right from the get-go, before any of us landed in Hungary, with all the press and the information that was coming out, the sense of pride, of heritage, of the connection with Prince Philip and the British royal family, and all the greats that have gone before and were competing 40 years ago here. And throughout a lot of the time, and all the sort of parties and celebrations and exhibitions that have gone on in the evening programme here, they've been playing the reels from 40 years ago. It's a little bit fuzzy, some of the footage, but it's really evocative. Nothing to add so far. But a very short commute for this gentleman and his horses. Probably the longest commute, undoubtedly, for Chester Webber and Jimmy Fairclough. Their horses will be flown out of Europe pretty soon after this. They came over in good time. Chester, as in particular, was at Royal Windsor after the end of their season. Obviously in Florida, they get going a lot more quickly and earlier than we can in Europe. Oh, that's one gone. 12D. And the fascinating fact that the horses are flown around the world between Europe and America on freight planes, treated as cargo. And they love it when they can fly in and out with the flowers because it's the temperature control. Everything's kept much cooler. Absolutely fascinating fact. Aren't they so trusting, our equine friends? They're popped in a box, the hay nest, and a few grooms to look after them, and on a long flight for some of them. That's the nature of international horse sport. Happens even more in pastimes like, oops, a little bit of a sat-nav issue there. Yes, yeah, not surprising, and that will be one to add as well. It happens. You've got 4 big horses to try and explain where they're going using your hands and voice. Is he going to get through? Gosh, just. That was very close. Bit of luck there. We're into time now. 2 balls to add. So the penalties, sadly, with this time clocking up a bit. Now, there is a 5 next to the time column there. It looks like the judges have added on something. I might whiz next door and just see what that was all about, and I can bring you up-to-date information, because the judges' box is right next to where the commentary is. But it doesn't matter, because it was glorious to see our local horses being driven. So 17B, 12D down there, 14.42 penalties in the time. Cones total 25.72, running total of 222.51. As there's a lovely, oh yes, that was just that hesitation there. And an equally supportive welcome from the crowd for our other very local driver, Istvan Vatsi. Just sitting ahead of Ferenc, just under 4 points separating them at the moment. So Jerome Voutaz lulled us into a sense of false security with his masterful early double clear, because he made it look so easy. And it's not as easy. Now, yes, I think we can safely say some cones went there, but when you've got an oxer, you can knock down more than one element like that, but it is treated as a whole. If you have a combination where you've got the marked separately with the A's and B's, like we do on the bridge, or now that was a fantastic live shot, or A to D, as we do at 17, 19, and 12, and you can, with the 4 separate elements, you can clock up 12. Much as 12 just on that one number. So oxers, the box, treated as one. But the bridge has got an A and a B. Smoothly through that. That was the first of the zigzags at 12, just over the halfway point now, still 6 to add. Probably will be some time as well. We're sitting 145-ish. There we go. Clock ticking. And the giveaway, in that sort of, we call them either iron or steel greys, and the dapples, that's probably a younger horse in there. Like so many greys, they can be born all sorts of different roans, particularly with the Welshies, the mountain ponies, where there's so many of them that are greys. It's one of their dominant colours. And they can come out black, brown, bay, blue strawberry roans, that's another one there. And then over time, with each coat change, and it's always a bit of a surprise, a pleasant surprise, when they change between their winter and their summer coats, or depending where in the world you are, and the coats change as to what comes out. The winter coat, the fluffier one, certainly in the northern hemisphere, tends to be a bit lighter, and of course, he's just making sure that everything's going right. That's Vilmos Lazar, who is president of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, one of Hungary's champion drivers for many years, particularly in the horse pairs, and of course his brother Zoltán competing as well. But he has led the charge here. In terms of the organisation and the sheer quality of the event, it has been fabulous. I'm just going to whiz next door and see what that 5 was, the Ferenc a moment ago. confirmation from the judges. If you were curious as to why the 5 penalties were added to Ferenc Galbács's score, that's because he stopped and then went on again. And I will find the rule for you just to explain what that actual penalty was. But the judges have so little time to make these decisions. They have to be incredibly sharp as a ball falls there. I mean, they've got spotters, there's judges up here, there's Barry out on the course. But the process of the arena party managing what's happening on the ground, having their measuring sticks set at the right distance. You can just see him holding that there under the gazebo. Really crucial part of what goes on in these cones. 4 and 2, 2 and 4 down for Piotr, who's second of our Polish drivers. This is our vet, whose family have this long tradition of breeding. He went to the Wrocław University of Environmental and Life Sciences, athlete, breeder and veterinarian. And these are Polish sports horses. Good types. Quite a nice colour, certainly easier to keep clean than the greys. I shall scroll through the many, many pages. There are a lot of them. Bearing in mind the first set of rules back in the very late 60s, when people like Sir Mike Ansell, Frank Hayden, Bernard Mills, Jack Pemberton, Prince Philip, all the crew, plus various delegates from the nations that are still taking part today, when they started to hone and chisel our sets of driving rules. The very first set written on 4 pages, and they have been expanded greatly since then. So lots of things that can happen to bring you 5 penalties in this phase, as Piotr ends with 5, talking of 5s, knocks there at 2, 4, 17B and C, 19A, a time of 191.75, so that's 2.38 time penalties. Cones total of 17.38 and a running total of 209.88, or a final total really. Running in terms of the rankings and positions, but final for him pops him into 3rd place. Who's still in front? Christian Schlehofer. After that good cones round, he was pretty hot on the time. Jerome Voutaz still in front on that 0. Christian in 2nd place for the cones competition, as it is Yiri Nesvacil on 4.13. So 2 of our eliminated drivers actually doing pretty well on the cones so far, 1st and 3rd, but do expect that to roll. So 5 penalties if the athlete enters without fastened protective headgear, jacket, gloves or apron, or the groom. If the grooms are not in position, the first breach is 5, the second breach is 10 and the third breach is elimination. Driving without a whip, 5 penalties, so that translates as 5 seconds. If you enter with a carriage that has no brakes and you do not have your breeching on, you'll be eliminated. If you drop or put down the whip, you have 5 penalties. If a groom handles the reins, brake, or uses the whip before the athlete has crossed the finish line, that's rather expensive. That's 20 penalties or 20 seconds. And if a person is tied to the carriage which means actually if they're strapped in with one of those belts, nothing sinister, that is elimination. Prohibited outside assistance, also elimination. If they don't start before that 45-second gap after the bell ring, the clock will start running anyway, so it gets expensive. In the meantime, on his cones round, our Italian representative, Luca Cassottana. He is currently in 23rd position. 3 more to go in this session. Edwin van der Graaf, Benjamin Aillaud and Tom Stockmans. Romania in the team competition as such have gone down into 2nd behind Poland. Of course, that will keep changing. Poland now sitting in front after their 2 athletes, both nations with 2 forward. Poland on 469.81, Romania on 493.2. 12B, Luca there, that's gone. Horses sitting up and moving forward well. This is the point of the cones competition, or one of the many points, apart from sorting out rankings, is also to make sure that the equine athletes are still in great shape. It is to test the fitness, obedience and suppleness of the horses and the skill and competence of the athletes. There may be a drive-off between all the athletes with 0 penalties to determine the winner of the cones, but I suspect we won't do that. It will just go on the time. And a pretty good round for Luca, just the 1 down for him. A smidgen over on time, 1.09, which added to the 3 for 12B gives him a cones total of 4.09. That's enough to put him into 3rd place, pushes Yiri down 1. Currently the first of our athletes to have a final total of 196.3, the first one to be under 200. So 196.3, the final total 4. Our Italian Luca Cassottana. Good to have him here. They were wonderful hosts. Quite a different feel and look and tone of the event in Protoni, where we followed an eventing World Championship. Great and memorable in different ways 2 years ago. We were in that glorious parkland near Frascati, not far from Rome. And the views, Frascati is quite high, it's on volcanic territory. Lots of very black soil and dust, if you remember. Certainly it all turned to sort of black sludge with those rain storms on the final cones day, but we're not going to have that here in Schwiels-Vasvarad. We've had wall-to-wall sunshine, blue skies, a little bit of cloud today, which is quite nice for the horses in this final phase. As for the Netherlands, another individual, Edwin van der Graaf, comes forward. Currently sitting in 22nd position on 188.01. Had a pretty decent marathon yesterday. So the sequence of circles through 7, 8 and 9. Getting the turns whilst trying to keep that same forward rhythm. Again, these ground covering horses, it does help because of the length naturally in their stride. Good picture there over the bridge. It was quite an evocative sound of those 16 shod feet on the wooden boards. Clear so far for the Dutchman. Got Demi and Roos on the carriage with him, and another one that has used all 5 of his horses, or certainly expect to do so. That's one gone, 12D. So 3 to add. Came to the Royal Windsor Horse Show in early May. We went a weekend early at Royal Windsor this year because we had to slot in front of the badminton horse trial, so we had a really, really wet Windsor, although it wasn't too bad for the weekend, and it did have quite a bearing on the going for the marathon, certainly in the dressage and cones practice areas. The ground really did open up, but great to have Edwin as part of the crew that came over. He was 10th, 12th in Kronenberg right at the start of the season. He's been driving for some years now. Another one that's driving horses that have a bit of an association with Boyd. And a decent round there. Time a little bit costly. So 5.19 to add for time, which was 197.38, and the 12D down. So a cones total of 8.19 puts him into 5th at the moment, but puts him in front by only 0.1 of Luca. 196.2. As we prepare to welcome in the second of the French drivers, and another very experienced, highly regarded horseman, and they just roll off so easily. With his Lusitanos. He's brought Famoso, Fez, Fiasco, Fruto and Genio. Genio is a year younger than the others. He's 13, the others are 14. And he uses the same team indoors and outdoors. Pretty much the same team as he had at the Europeans a year ago. Very experienced. Benjamin Aillaud for France. And the results on paper in terms of medals and team positions actually do a bit of an injustice to France, because they're always in the mix, quite often 4th, so just off the podium. If the medals went down to 5th or 6th, they'd certainly be up there often, because very difficult to get past these days. Germany, the Netherlands and Belgium. That seems to be the natural order these days, as opposed to obviously the likes of Great Britain and Hungary back in the day. Poland and Sweden as well. Compact, springy little horses. That's quite interesting. His sort of basic pace here seems to be canter, because as long as he can keep them balanced, that's great. They're just in a what we call a hand canter. Leaders trotting. Clear so far. Through 10, which is the bridge A and B, and 13, that narrow pair. Really pushing on, obviously hoping for an individual position in the cones competition as such, but see if all these balls stay on top. It can be done. Jerome Voutaz showed us right at the start of the day it can be done. 18 on top. Another zigzag to go at 19. Might be just over on time. Yes, we're going to creep into time. But only just. Very, very good on the clock too. And that was a tremendous round for Benjamin Aillaud. Another World Championship under his belt. Nothing to add for the cones. A full set of green lights. And a clap from Magali there. His wife, and of course Ben, will always pay tribute to his horses. A consummate horseman. They always look well, his horses. So 1.64 in those time penalties. The time was 190.28. Don't forget the optimum is 187. So that puts him into second place behind that double clear from Jerome Voutaz. But a good margin for his personal lead at the moment, 188.97. So he slots to the top of the rankings at the moment, the positions. And time is flying by. We're nearly at the end of this second morning session as Tom Stockman's, another one with the Arabo-Frisians. Some of them actually used to be driven by Benjamin. And doing everything right for the nation, for Belgium. Glenn and Dries certainly had a good marathon yesterday to put them into contention. They're currently sitting in fourth. Or were going into the start of the cones. Obviously, now we have France ahead. This is a rolling situation. So France have gone ahead of Poland by quite some way. I mean, they're in the 300s now because they have had two of their three athletes. But coming into today, Belgium were sitting in fourth place on 336.17. Bit of breathing space for the Germans, but absolutely nothing between Australia and Germany in second and third at the moment. There's actually not much at all between the top three. Holland on 320.74 coming into this. They do have some extremely good cones competitors in Bram, IJsbrand and Koos. Looking handsome in their brown harness on the black coats. Very toned in with the boots and the overreaches as well. All going well so far. Through the narrow 13. 14's gone green. Narrow Oxer there at 15, hasn't really caused any trouble yet. That would have been the oddball roll, but there doesn't seem to be any point so far in the pattern of balls that have come down, the odd ones in the combinations which you would expect. But there's not one part of the course that is catching them out too much. Obviously, our drivers and these super horses, very experienced, and have done this dozens and dozens of times before. Most of them, perhaps not young Petrick with his horse team, but most of them have done it many times. 19 we're on to now, towards the end of the course. There will be some time to add, but at the moment he's clear on the cones. You can see that yellow box on your screens indicates that we're into time penalties, but great round for the Belgians and their podium hopes in the team competition. 5.97 in time penalties. 198.93 was the time taken. He goes in behind Benjamin in the individual positions, 191.32. But great job for their national team effort. That's a 6th placing individually in the cones competition as we stand. So that is the end of our second session here in Schwiels Vasvarad. We'll be back, it's about 6 minutes past local time. We'll be back at 12:25 local time, just under 20 minutes, and we'll start our broadcast again. Thank you so much for being with us. See you in a moment. So these are our provisional results at the moment, and this is the total. So that's the standings as such for the individual positions. Obviously that will change. So Christoph and James Fairclough did not come forward, but Jerome and Yiri did. So that's giving you an idea of the totals. But we're down into the 180s with Benjamin Aillaud, who's currently atop the leaderboard. Short break now, in between just finalising where the teams sit at the moment, but of course that will really change once the Dutch, the two Australians, the Germans and the rest of the Belgians come forward. But the pictures will stay on your screens. There you can see the rollers coming out, just smoothing out the lines. We'll be back with you just over 15 minutes time. Welcome back. Aren't those images wonderful? And I'm going to pay tribute to the big team working behind the scenes who've put together that set of highlights from this morning's action already, and they're working really hard, so congratulations to them for bringing you that sequence. Fabulous. The balls have rolled a little bit, and there's been plenty of footfall round here, horse and human. Anticipated about 6,500 people will be filling the stadium, certainly for the prize giving later on. Current standings on your screens at the moment. It's all a bit elementary because it will change as we have some of our big names coming next for the third of the fourth cone sessions. Unlikely that we will have any of our medal winners here. The last 8 when we start at 2 o'clock local time, that's where the big money will be. But in terms of what's happening for the team event, it's starting to really hot up, because first to come in for Australia with the team of 2, Tor van den Berge. He's done great things so far to keep Australia very much in the mix. Coming into it, excuse me. to Tóth, excuse me. So Tóth comes into it with a bit of pressure on his shoulders because Australia would dearly love to be in the team mix. Originally from Queensland, has lived in Holland for about the last 4 or 5 years, having won pretty much everything he could win in Australia. And of course we have his great supporters and breeders of 2 of the 5 horses that he's got here, Ross and Miriam Carberry. And as we have come to expect with Tóth's horses, elegant, classy. He does a lot of dressage training with them as well, because that's what he also does, has ridden to Grand Prix level. So put in a great dressage test to finish in 47.38. That was for an 11th. The marathon 24th, so about at the halfway point, 132.28. So that gives him a current total of 179.21. He's in 179.66 rather. He's in 19th position at the moment, with just 2 of them on the team. No scores to be dropped. So I'm sure the brief is double clear, please, Tóth, from Mr. Exell. They were walking the course together before we opened, and it really would be quite something if Australia ended up with a team medal. Let's see what happens now. Oh, look at those leaders living their best life, aren't they? Oh, now, bit of a disagreement. Yeah, that, you could see that coming. You could see that coming. Just a bit of a disagreement there. One went one way and one went the other. And so that is a ball down. I'm sure a bit of an intake of breath from the Australian camp, which is made up of as much of a British emphasis. All the crew that became close friends with Boyd during his life in England. 3 to add so far for the first of our 2 Australians to go. Naturally, Boyd will be the last to drive, as we are running in reverse order. Long legs on the horses. If it all goes well, it does help with that timing. Red to the right. And that additional letter next to the number there. Looks like another one has gone. 17C indicates that it's one of the combinations. 2 down so far. There will be time as well as we creep over from this moment to the penalties in the time 1:9.34. Oh, an unlucky one at 20 there, but he's finished. You might remember he had a bit of an unfortunate situation in Pretoni where he knocked a cone, the bell went, and actually Tóth started before the bell was rung again. And so that was elimination in Pretoni 2 years ago. So a vast improvement for Tóth van den Berge here. And 3 down, 10A, 17C and 20 Really bad luck to get that last one. 5.18 in time, 14.18 for the cone, so he won't be in the mix individually. And his total, and this will be important for the team event, 193.84, puts him currently into third place. We move swiftly on. There's barely time to reflect on what's just been before we have to turn our attention to what is due to come. Individually for Germany. And what a lovely position their team selectors were in, and the trainers ahead of this championship. A really good squad to choose from. Lots of them experienced, winners many times over in their own rights. All goes according to plan for Georg von Stein. He will be back on the World Cup circuit, and that does have a bearing on this gentleman because he is one of the support crew for Georg. They're great friends, live near each other, travel together. Rene Poensgen from Eschweiler in Germany. He was 7th in Laden this year. Was 22nd after the dressage with 57.1, and the good marathon, which was the 12th position in the marathon, 122.11, all the penalties added in, and that puts him into 18th on 179.21 coming into the cones. But this is all about his own performance. This will not count towards the team. Anna Sandmann still to come as an individual. Oh, well recovered, very well recovered. The leader had other ideas then. Not sure I want to do that, but he kept them going forward and kept it smooth, and a little bit of luck. Tor didn't have the same luck, but Rene did, and just recovered well from that. Little bit of lack of confidence perhaps from one of the leaders, just wasn't quite sure what was being asked. Lots of greens coming up on the screen. Pretty solid round so far, despite that hairy moment. Narrow oxer there at 15. 20 combinations of cones, be they single pairs, if that makes sense, 2, or oxers of 4, the square, or our zigzags, and that wave at 17. She's getting through. C, okay. And D. All greens at the moment. Straight into a narrow pair at 180 centimetres. Don't forget they are 5 centimetres narrower, the main cones, except the ones going into the bridge, set at 185, and the wheel width on those carriages 158. Now we are into time, but certainly a very decent round from Rene. 199.36, which translates as 6.18 in penalties. Nothing to add from the ball side of it. That's a 7th position for him in the cones competition, but puts him ahead of Benjamin. He now sits first, 185.39, to end what has been a very good world championship for this gentleman. interesting. It looked almost like a martingale stopper that you use on your riding reins on his whip there, just to stop it slipping through his hand. These sorts of little hacks that each driver will have. Great shots there from the crew. Yeah, that was just a point at which the left leader slightly overshot it. I think Rene must have just had his loop a bit too big on that turn. And the right leader very honestly sort of went with his mate and then decided, no, we need to get over the bridge. As we welcome in another one of our local heroes for Hungary, József Dobrovitz. There should be a junior next to that. Anyone's on the graphics? Because his father will come in on the same name, but this is definitely junior. Good marathon yesterday from him, which one has come to expect and know. He was 7th placed on the marathon, 120.01, good times for him. 24th in the dressage, 57.44. His score wasn't used, it was his dad's and Zoltán's, but his and his father's marathon totals went into the team mix, and doing everything to keep our hosts in touch, perhaps for Team Glory yet again. József Jr. now being supported by the Hungarian military, which is why he now drives in the uniform. Wonderful system they have, young Petr Huás as well. And it's great that they enable these talented drivers to keep doing what they do so well, with a great sense of national pride. Big horses here. The Dobrovitz is quite an enterprise they have. If you look back through the biographies of many of the horses, not just in the teams, but on the world circuit, certainly in Europe, they have at some point belonged to this family, passed through their hands. Based near the airport. And bold horses, absolutely no doubt there. Quite a difference, as we would expect with courageous horses, with this courageous gentleman. He's currently on 177.45, so quite a big difference at the moment between him and Rene before him, but this is very much about the Hungarian team effort. Good round now. Really takes a little bit of pressure off Zoltán and his father, but they will want to make this home crowd as proud as possible. Greens on the screen so far. Good job for József Dobrovitz Jr. Through the narrow Oxer, now 16. This wave at 17 has caused one or two issues for some of our earlier drivers. Don't forget, Jerome Voutaz still in front on his cracking double clear early on. Yeah, this is a harder task for these long-legged, big striding forward horses. Quite hard to get them through, but he did it. Maybe a little bit of time into the last few seconds. Will be up on the penalties for time, but so far, a 19C there. One has gone, but great job for József Dobrovitz Jr. A fantastic World Championship for him, and waving, of course, to his many fans. A very, very talented driver, been doing it for a long time. His cousins do it, the Oyster tags as well, and credit to his horses as well. Big, bold horses, as one would expect with him. Fantastic cheers from the crowd. Lovely to hear. Just, they are so thrilled. These are the titans of their horse sport in Hungary. So, a time penalty of 5.66 because it was 198.31 when the clock stopped. Total to add 3 gives him 8.66. Slots in behind Rene 186.11, but certainly helps their team effort. On to another one of our relatively local, not too local, but in terms of where some of the drivers have come from. Radek Nesvacil. Mainly German breeds with these horses. I mentioned the Tracanas the other day, Hanoverians, Mecklenburgs, Maximus. Not quite sure what his breeding is, and that's official on the FEI website. His brother went earlier today with the Kladrubas. Always competitive. Trains with Boyd as well. For the Czech Republic, Radek Nesvacil, currently 16th, so we are well into the top half. 175.93 his score. A good marathon for him in the top 10, a 9th placing on 120.82, so always good on the marathons. 21st at the halfway point, or the dressage 55.11. Greens on the screen. Lovely looking horses, these ones. Look at those coats just gleaming in this glorious sunshine. Sadly, one was number 9. Now that hasn't really caused problems. Despite those tight loops into it, it's been okay. That's the nature of this phase. Lots of pesky questions. You can just never relax in the cones, and it's difficult. Everyone's getting tired, horses and humans, in this final phase. Mentally tired as well. Oh, another one gone there. That was 12C. And it's about just keeping calm, lowering the heart rate, breathing through this for the athletes. They must not have any tension, even more so than in the dressage, where you can go from one movement to the next, but keeping the flow, keeping the rhythm, keeping the horses in your hand, not too strong, not sitting behind the contact. And that just gives you the steering, the balance that's needed. Big questions on a cones course like this at a World Championship. 2 gone, still at 12C and number 9. Smoothly through 17. That's perhaps caused more reds than most of the combinations, but not weighted in any particular way. 19 he's into now. Another zigzag, 2 on the course. Might make the time. It's going to be just very, very close. Come on, push on, push on. You're so nearly there. Yeah, few times. 1.83 seconds over, which translates as 0.92. That gives him a cones total of 6.92, 9 and 12C, so that's 6 for that, plus the 0.92 time. 182.85 propels him in front at the moment, and the end of the World Championship for the Czechs. So those penalties worked out, it's 0.5 a second. So the amount of time over at 187, that's divided by 2, that gives you your time penalties. 1 penalty per 2 seconds. That helps. And of course the cameras panned over to our Hungarian organisers and hosts, particularly president of their Equestrian Federation and brother to this gentleman, the great Zoltán Lazar. Really named at birth for greatness with a name like that. Zoltán. What a character in our driving and a hero to many Hungarians. The last Hungarian to win those gold medals in Kecskemét 20 years ago when they last hosted a world championship. He was hard on himself after his dressage, and it was just glorious to see the many, many thousands of people, officially 16,000 at any one point on the marathon course yesterday. It was free to come and view, and it was like a gathering of the masses. They were coming from all areas and angles into that sort of track valley and line the 8 obstacles. But Carolee Fugali's just told me outside that they reckon actually in total through the course of the day 20,000 people came to watch, but 16,000 at any one point on the marathon. Just tremendous, and a full house at the end of the day as Zoltán rounded off the marathon. Driving one of Boyd Excell's horses here, Dan 8, who was actually on Boyd's team. We've got the team that he had when he won his 6th gold medal in Protoni. Looking very much like he's going to do it again for number 7 here. And he's been coaching Zoltán in the run-up to this. Walking through the obstacles, warming up the horses. So much experience from this gentleman with 4s and pairs as well, been on very many gold medal winning Hungarian teams, and the nation still totally dominates the horse pairs. In fact, just below the commentary spot I spotted the current pairs world champion Martin Holler is here. Of course he will be to cheer on his countryman. He's another one of their very many talented drivers, dedicates his whole life to his driving, collaborates with Mika and Claudio at Riant, spends a lot of his year in the Netherlands as well for the training. Oh, well done, Zoltán. Yeah, so nearly made it, using all his many years of match practice in a cones course. But yeah, that was bad luck on 17. Tricky for him. C and D went then, just lost the rhythm. A little bit of concentration went. He must have been perhaps thinking that it was going to be his. We're into time as well now, but just wait for the cheer as he stops, and there will be a flourish. Of course there will. For the great Zoltán Lazar as he ends his World Championship. Congratulations to him. He had quite a break from driving at this level after those golds. He was back at Protoni, and lots of whistles and cheers as he acknowledges his many fans. He's in 4th overall at the moment, 16th for the cones, 17 C and D down, so 6th there, 2:02.52 on the time, which translated as 7.76 penalties, 13.76 for the cones, and a total of 187.09. So that confirms a good score just ahead. József Dobrovitz Jr. confirms that his score will probably do a lot to count towards their team effort. Yes, a bit frustrated with himself. He does put himself under pressure. He did the same in the dressage. When you've been a world champion, you want to be one again. Of course you do. You know what it takes. Talking of which, another one of the Hungarian Hall of Fame drivers, and this is József Dobrovitz Sr. He will have watched his son go through just a few drivers ago, and he comes in as the highest placed of the Hungarians. Had a bit of a swap round. You can see he's got the grey in front now. He had a cracking pair of leaders on for the dressage and the cones back to form for this gentleman who has been on gold medal winning teams in the past. József Dobrovitz Sr. Only has the sight in one eye, so looks like holds his head slightly to one side. Give himself the best vision. And for people following the team's tally, that puts Hungary in front of France at the moment. Hungary on 363.08, France on 389.74. Of course, that will all change as the afternoon progresses. Lunchtime here in Hungary. This gentleman has also in the past participated in World Cups. The top 10 ranked drivers, and that means that they have qualified at international events that are of the caliber and ranking to carry that qualification for... Oh, come on, József. No. Now, they weren't quite sure what to do. Bit of an encouragement there in the voice. And exceptionally well recovered. I dare say there might be a bit of bridge training at home after this. That was a masterful recovery from him. Yeah, just trying to get the team back a bit. They can just get a bit fizzy after something like that happens because the leaders weren't necessarily in unison, apart from to have a bit of a spook. So get them back, but if anyone can, he can. Get the heads back to going forward and concentrating. Almost felt a nudge forward from those wheelers saying, come on, don't be so silly, get on with it. They're working well together, those wheelers. That's it, back on track. That was a super recovery from him. So yes, the top 10 ranked drivers from the end of the outdoor season. We won't have the announcements for a little bit as to who will be competing in the World Cup. And then the host nations can nominate their wild cards and invite somebody else. That's often how Boyd gets to be at more events than anybody else, because he is invited by the organising committee to participate as a guest driver. If you're the wild card, it doesn't count towards the rankings as such for the final. It's still nice to be out there and getting as much match practice as possible. And a brilliant, brilliant cones round. Bit of time there, just over 10 seconds over, but a clear, and listen to that. Oh, that's what it means. Pats the horses. Well done. József Dobrovitz has given the crowd what they came to see. So proud, hand to heart, and salutes everybody. Thanks them for their support, and that was a brilliant round for him. A sticky moment at the bridge, as we're just seeing. They just went, no, we don't want to go over that. And he said, yes, you do. Superb. So 5.39 for him, goes ahead, currently sitting first, and he and his son's cones round will count towards the Hungarian team total. They've come down to 354.74 as we welcome in a really important player for the team competition. And 3 has just gone for Dries. He had a lovely dressage, actually, very mature test from him. Currently sitting in 12th place. Coming up the order of the day, Dries, another one of our brilliant World Cup drivers, had that tremendous win at the end of the qualifying rounds and competitions last year in Leipzig, beating the big boys. And it was a very, very popular win. He's improving, gaining experience all the time. Belgium doing everything right for another team medal. His father used to drive, he's actually a heart surgeon. His father used to drive a Lipizzaner team. Mark Ventine here as their coach, holding everything together. That's another one gone. Not like Dries, he's normally very strong in this round. But it's pressure. 2 down so far, 3 and 11 for the Belgian. Lots of power in those horses and bounce, looking fit after their marathon. Very willing. It's just a little bit too much bounce. That might be why we've had 2 down so far. You want to have them finely tuned so that you're not holding them back if they get too strong. If they get too strong, just as difficult as if they're not going forward. They do look like a very forward team in this phase. You don't want to be checking them back too much. You want to be encouraging them into the hand. For the ultimate communication through those reins. 6 to add so far. Won't now be in the mix for an individual medal, but all about the team. Glenn coming in our final session, sitting in 4th. And Glenn, who really has improved his form as the season has gone on. I look forward to seeing his round a bit later. But that is it for Dries de Gruyck. Very well judged on time, just a little bit over. 1.89.58. 3 cones down. Oh, just nudged the last one as well. So 9 to add, 3:11 and 20. He's 3rd overall at the moment, 10.29. Only 1.29 on the time. So that pace was pretty much where you'd want to be. All the others will be watching this. 3 down for him. But that pops Belgium in front of Hungary. Now that is quite important. Belgium are sitting on 352.43 at the moment after Dries and Tom have gone. And all 3 Hungarians have gone, father and son, Dobrovitz and Zoltán Lazar. They end on 354.71. France currently sitting in 3rd. As an important round for the Dutch. Koos de Ronde, incredibly experienced, ultimate competitor. Quite softly spoken, but don't be lulled into anything by that. Fiercely, fiercely competitive, as is Marie. They're such a team, those two. His wife and the children. Another one of our really strong driving families, very supportive of each other. Koos, a former World Cup champion in 2013, had a tremendous European Championship last year to stand next to Bram on the podium. He was silver, and an absolute linchpin for this modern day Dutch team that really have dominated for so many years. I gave the stats earlier of the golds and the totals way ahead in terms of medals earned, and Koos has done more than his fair share for those statistics. Currently sitting 12th on 171.59. He was 16th after his dressage of 151.91. Good marathon for him, 6th placing, 119.68. I dare say he and Marie were a little bit hard on themselves after that. He would have expected to be possibly in the top 3 in the marathon, as he often is. But all looking good for the Dutch team. We are now entering masterclass territory. How to drive 4 horses round these cones. Oh, look at those horses. That right-hand offside leader in particular. Look at that. He's half a pace ahead of his friend. He's having a great day. What a good cones horse. He's bringing the rest of them round. That's it, they've gone level. What an enthusiastic chap to have up front. Listening to his dad, ears backwards and forwards. Koos and Marie also lent a horse to one of the American team last year at the Europeans when we had the Para World Championship as well. And they've done well. They had, I think, a little bit of lameness, or had to swap around some of the horses to come here. So this is great. What a good cones team they seem to be. There he is. He could do this job all day, couldn't he? He is back and forward, listening to Koos. Really alert. What a great horse. And super, super, super. We will just have a little bit on time, 190.9, but a clear round. Great job for the Dutch. That pushes him into first place overall at the moment, 1.95, third placing there for the cones competition as such. But first for Koos de Ronde, a wry smile from him. Well done, Koos. You've done a great job for you, your nation and your teammates. I think that right-hand leader might be one of my take-home horses on my wish list. Just loved his attitude as he went round. Very positive. Koos is currently sitting in third for the cones. Jerome Voutaz, who was one of our opening drivers after his sad elimination on the marathon, went first, or pretty much first, and that incredible double clear. Nobody else has actually matched that yet. Benjamin, another experienced driver, Aillaud for France, 1.64. He's currently sitting in second with the Lusitanos. They flew around, busy little horses went round their cones, and quite contrasting in type and pace and way of going with the big Dutch warm bloods that Koos drives. As we, for the French team effort, another one who had a good day yesterday. He was 7th on the marathon. Came into this in 11th overall, 120 point. And that was Koos's scores I'm giving you. There we go, yeah, 170.39 is the current total for Anthony Horde, the highest of the French athletes so far. Yes, he was 7th, the columns and rows in the right place. 120.01, only 10 off Boyd's incredible total of 110, which more later. 14th on 50.38, so Anthony Horde for France. These handsome black horses has had so far probably one of his best competitions at a championship level. Yeah, just getting them back there. It is a double back on themselves. They do have to collect up a little bit. Horses really wanting to go forward, quite keen. That's where those seconds of resistance are coming in, because they want to get on with it. Yeah, no doubt for them going over the bridge. You could see that coming. Big leaders. They look big. lovely scenes we are able to share with you live from Hungary. A beautifully dressed and presented arena. Those seats filling up with this capacity crowd. Oh dear, and that's a ball. Actually rolled off quite elegantly, didn't it? One down in that narrow pair at 13. Hasn't really caused too much trouble. Through the narrow oxer, those dark cones, just a reminder that denotes they are 5 centimetres in, sitting at 180 centimetres, that is. As he comes down to the wave, where these cones are offset at these 45-degree angles. And really, your carriage is just about still in the previous pair as you're going through the other one. You have to be so precise on your lines. Not too bad for time, actually. Come on, Anthony. I bet Felix Marie and the rest of the French crew. Felix Marie Brasser, of course, one of our big names for so many years. Come on, come on. This could be, oh, just over 1 second. 1.07. Just put the foot down a little earlier. That's enough to put him into second place in the cones. Oh, on time, but no, of course there was one to add at 13. So second place overall, 4th in the cones. That's it, confirmation on the screens. 0.54, very good time. Very good time. 13 down, so 3 to add, 3.54. That's a 4th placing in the cones, but a 2nd placing in the current order. Koos de Ronde stays in front of him. Not much between them. Koos is on 173.54. Pushes France up, but they stay behind Hungary, so that will please the Hungarians. They don't always get in front of France, but they've done it this time. All three French have gone. They can do no more. But a good competition for Anthony Aillaud. Let's hope he goes home with a big grin on his face, deservedly so. As Anna Sandmann, who led for so long in the dressage, 40.99 was that brilliant score. Only Chester and Boyd in the 30s. She was so nearly dipping below 40. Even Boyd paid credit to her in one of the press conferences about her brilliant achievement. So that 3rd place for her. 20th, a good marathon for her at the halfway point, 128.88. That good dressage kept her in the top 10. 169.87, sitting 10th coming into the cones. Imagine tucking in behind the great eyes Bram Chardon. With 2 big surnames in driving. Only Christoph sits behind Ijsbrand for medal totals and tallies. $14 medals for her father, 3 of them gold. As opposed to Ijsbrand's quite remarkable 31, of which 14 are gold. I think that's going to stand for quite a long time. But look at what talent we have coming up in the likes of Anna. Very, very good horse pairs driver as well. Big, powerful team, but have some lovely paces. Athletic, but hold themselves very well. They're very balanced horses in their way of going, and that's why she gets those extra marks in the dressage. Do have a bit of an X factor about them. Quite a presence. (17) A, B, C, D. She's doing very well, Anna Sandmann. All the ladies are 2 German ladies. Yeah, you could see that coming. What a shame, just a squiggle. A little bit of a moment there with the leaders, but it was only a moment. 1 down, 19B, a smidge over in time, 1.75 over, which means 0.88 on time, a total of 3.88. She goes into second. Koos is staying in front. He's climbing up, but a smile from Anna. She's had a good World Championship. (19B) was looking so good until that moment. Just enjoy these exceptionally good-looking horses for one last time. Yeah, smiling. She's very, very nearly got over in the time. Only just. As we move on to the last driver in this particular session, and he'll be smiling all the way around because he is loving his driving these days, bursting with pride with Bram's achievements. And IJsbrand's the first to say whether he wins or does well or Bram wins and does well, it's all the same to him. He was silver, so nearly got another world gold in Protoni. Only that incredibly cool head from Mr. Exell under pressure prevented the great man from actually equaling Boyd. But IJsbrand, his son and family say he has the energy and passion for his horses and his driving as strong as it's ever been. IJsbrand Chardon. How fantastic to have him at yet another World Championship. He's really the only one still competing. That first team gold in 1982. Some of our competitors weren't even a twinkle in anybody's eye by then. And what a team that was. Tej Velstra and Sem Grunwald. He was part of a team, of course, the Hungarians with the great Laszlo Joás and Georgi Bardos, who are here. Laszlo, our test driver. IJsbrand's first individual gold came 6 years later, same venue, but that was in 1988, remains very special. And one of the many wins that stands out for him at the World Equestrian Games. It was quite an iconic event in Jerez in Spain. He was in front of Christoph Sandmann and Thomas Eriksson for Sweden back then. Following year, that was when Zoltán won his gold. The scores then, Zoltán gold for 159.73 and IJsbrand 160.95. That's how close it was, just over a point between them. And Felix Marie Brasseur, who I've mentioned a few times, now training the French team, keeps them tight and disciplined for Belgium. He was in bronze position that day. One cone so far, IJsbrand at 11. He won't figure individually on the podium, but The money is still on the Dutch for another team gold. But Germany certainly aren't going to make it easy, nor will Australia, but Belgium sitting on top at the moment. Koos and IJsbrand at the end of this, because two of them will have gone, we will have a bit more of an idea as to where the Dutch will be. One imagines they will go straight to the top of the team competition, quite possibly stay there. But if anyone can judge a round against the clock, it's this man, and he's done it in some style. Just a shame about that number 11 ball that rolled, so that adds 3 to his score. He currently sits 4th behind Koos de Ronde in the cones competition. But if anyone who is not Hungarian is a hero to our audience, it is this man. What a horseman, and what a competitor. Gosh, there you go. The hubcap just missed it, and the hubcaps used to play a very big part in the cones back in the day. When on the old carriages we had hubcaps that stick out 2 or 3 inches. That's one of the reasons why the cones were sloped. So to confirm at this point, before we have a short break and start again at 2 o'clock local time, Bram Chardon sits in front, and that has done plenty to put the Netherlands way ahead of Belgium. Koos de Ronde currently second. That's very, very good news for the Dutch team standings. Current individual results. Jerome Voutaz is still in front in the cones competition. He's playing catch me if you can. There we have it. So great round for the Dutch. They end that 3rd session with Koos and IJsbrand having completed their events. 323.69. Belgium sitting second on 352.43. Hungary still third, 354.71. Belgium still have Glenn Geerts to go. The Netherlands still has Bram, and of course it's going to really, really hot up. Chester behind, and Boyd will be last to go. Short break here, well, longer break actually, lunchtime break. Please do not miss this final session here in Spiel Vásárad in Hungary. We are bringing you great pictures, great images, and more great action to come. See you soon.
Az
This is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The final session of the cones. In Székelyvásvárad, in northern Hungary, you've all probably got quite used to this view of this glorious stadium and arena sitting atop the Buk mountain range. And we have a really interesting situation here going into the cones. The final 8, Michael Brockler will be the first one to drive very soon, 2 o'clock local time. Those are the standings at the moment. Absolutely fantastic in terms of the Dutch team effort to get yet another. It will be their 12th team gold. Anna Sandmann having a very, very good World Championship, but she's here as an individual. It will all change. We've got Marijke and Georg to drive for the German team. We've also got Bram, who's currently sitting behind Boyd in the positions from the dressage and marathon. Those are the individual standings, lots of Hungarians in there. And looking at the maths at the moment, Netherlands quite far ahead. It doesn't look like they can be caught. We haven't got scores up yet for the Germans and the Australians, simply because we are waiting for all their team members to go. Now, if all 3 Germans go double clear and perhaps Bram doesn't, there could be a change at the top, but the Dutch have done an awful lot to put themselves in front. Look at the figures. Australia still in touch. If Boyd does what I'm sure he has every intention of doing and going double clear, they are currently sitting on 337.77. The Belgians can do no more. They're on 352.43, and the Hungarians can do no more, 354.71. So we're going to have a bit of a shifting around for the teams, and it's very, very close indeed. And look at those legends all driving round. Quick nod of acknowledgement there between, like, Glenn for Belgium. He's very much in touch, sitting in 4th after marathon and cones, mopping his brow. Yes, I think we all would be if we were in Glenn Geerts' position just now. Boyd sitting in front by quite some way, nearly 10 points, 9.2 is the difference between him and Chester. Chester sitting in silver medal position at the moment, that tremendous first after the dressage, 11th after the marathon, a good marathon. Bram Chardon, who else? Sitting in 3rd at the moment with that tremendous marathon from him, 114.62. Boyd's score was 110.4. Boyd has got so much breathing room up there in front, but it's live sport. All sorts of things can happen. Glenn tucked in behind, bit of space between him and Bram for Glenn's 4th. Not too far behind, less than a cone or a few time penalties. Georg von Steen is breathing heavily down Glenn's neck. Again, very much in the fray. Fredrik Persson for Sweden had a really great event so far. Marijke Harm, don't discount her either, on 168.1. She's in 7th, 4th after that dressage, 16th on the marathon. And first in will be Michael Brockler. Many medals for himself and the nation. 3rd on the marathon. He and Boyd shared equally between them 4 fastest obstacles each, but just in those obstacles where he wasn't the fastest, there was the 2 penalties to add and a little bit off the mark just where there were the odd hesitations, and that was enough to give Bram the 2nd place and just keep Michael a little bit further down the order. But there is 0.4 between Marijke and Michael Brockler, so very, very tight margins. 0.4 between 7th and 8th. Just over a point between 5th and 6th. It's all to play for as the 34-year-old currently ranked 8th. And look at the names on your screens, because he was an individual bronze position and won it indeed 2 years ago in Protoni. And Carola 83, Jamilo, Don, Quidditch and Smiley were his horses then. So some of those same horses that did so well. He can be very, very good in the cones, but there is pressure here. He doesn't have quite the same pressure perhaps as he did in Protoni, a little bit far off the individual medal tally, but all to play for the teams. Germany still very, very, very much in touch. Holland looking strong after Koos and IJsbrand have gone. This is very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you may be for the live action here in Hungary. Michael Brockler for Germany, very much around for the team effort. Through that narrow oxer, the square of cones, count as one. Doesn't matter if you knock 1 or 4 balls off going through there, or the cones topple, that's still marked the same. And we've had 1 double clear already, if you can cast your mind back as far as earlier in the day when Jerome Voutaz, who is not in the individual standings, but as far as the cones competition goes, had a great round and showed that we can have a double clear here. And these, of course, no hesitation from his horses. Bold and brave. You might remember, I think it was his near side left leader yesterday had extra special springs in his feet. I called him Tigger. He was bouncing around those obstacles. Ooh, that was quite close. That's it, opens them up. Just look, that was a great example of how they just flattened and went. That's what you're aiming for. Looking nice in his hands. Quite harmonious, not too strong. He's got a decent contact there. Another good shot of that oxer. Look at the time, though. A double clear, I suspect, will have been order of the day. But you can't lose the rhythm as you come down through that wave number 17, but a jolly good round. Should be fine on the clock for Michael Brockler. This is looking good. Just to get through 19, you can feel everybody. Oh, he was doing so well until that moment. Number 19D. Oh, and another one went at 20. That just happens sometimes at the end of what was looking like a very, very good round and a little bit of time. You can just see that it lost its rhythm and flow a little bit towards the end. Very easy to sit and say that, a different task altogether to try and do it. That's a 19th place in the cones with 19D and 20. Just lost it a little bit, sadly. That's how close the margins are. What can Mareike and Georg do for the German team effort? 3.11 time penalties, a time there of 193.22. Total penalties for him, 9.11. He will not be on the podium this time individually, may well be for the team, 177.61. That puts him into 5th place. He's in behind Anthony Ord, who's having, by the looks of things, a cracking position to come for the Frenchman. But Hungary, France, Czech Republic, Poland and Romania, they can do no more for the team. But this is another important round for the Germans. Such a classy driver, Maricourt Harm. She's got some really experienced horses that she prides the tremendous relationship that she has with them. She's used the same four. She had to bring along a youngster as the spare. The same four have been used all the way through. She may well have chopped and changed where they've all gone, or they may have their positions. It's different for everybody, as you know if you're a team driver. But you can just see the suppleness of these horses. It just makes the job easier on those turns, easier to keep the flow. If they can keep their balance through their athletic frames. So she's asked them to go forward with Linda and Nicole on with her. And yes, these chaps have been over a bridge plenty of times. Just a walk in the park to them. Over the halfway point. They're so used to dealing with pressure, these athletes, but this is still a world championship. It still feels different. And we've got a lot of people watching. Quite an atmosphere here. It's absolutely mobbed outside the stadium. You can barely move down through the people as they're going through the food concessions and all the shops and things. It's great. The whole town's been taken over by it. Yeah, she got through there. A little bit of resistance from the wheeler on the right, but that was okay. She just had to check there. .16's gone green, but as we've just seen from Michael Broccoli, you have to maintain every ounce, every gram of concentration right until that very last moment. AB smoothly through. There she's out of 17. Then the narrow pair at 18, but still this zigzag at 19. Maybe a little bit over on time, but she's through that tricky combination at 19, and job done from Maricourt Harm. Well done. Well done. Just a little bit of time of 192.86, but she gets deservedly so. Really good clap and cheer from the crowd. 2.93 time penalties to add. That puts her into first position at the moment, fourth in the cone. So she goes in front of IJsbrand, who's now second, Koos, who's in third, and the Sandmann sitting there in fourth. It will change. This is going to be quite a dynamic situation for placings, but sparkling in every way. Coats gleaming on those horses, the bit of bling on those hats, glinting in this glorious sunshine. It has been hot here, but there's generally a bit of a breeze, which is lovely for the horses. All the balls stayed on top. Congratulations on a very cool and poised round. Fredrik Persson in next. And wonderful to see him having such a great world championship as well. He was competing quite some time ago and then came back again, got these American horses being trained by Michael Freund. Fredrik Persson for Sweden has been on a medaling Swedish team in the past and doing very well in terms of the individual competition. Maricourt currently sitting in front, and that's great for the Germans. And what that does for the teams is puts Germany behind Netherlands, but they've leapt up into second place. So they are on 335.81. Still quite a lot of room for the Dutch. They're looking pretty secure up there now. Belgium in third place. But there's every chance that Australia could enter the mix in the team competition. Let's just see what Boyd's going to do. Germany on 335.81. That could change again with Georg's round if he gets even fewer penalties than Maricourt did. Good score for her with the 2.93. This is the dynamic situation we're in, bringing you the coverage live from Hungary as we near the end of this tremendous event. Another good-looking team. Lithe, willing horses. Yeah. That leg went out to one side there, but the discipline of all the training brought it back in again. Leaders looking good and keen forward, where you want them to be. Not too strong. That looks like a super team to drive. So far, so good. 15 through. Looking like they're moving on well. The time. Now down through number 17, the wave. With these cones set on the 45-degree angles from each other. Smoothly through that. One of the best we've seen through that sequence. But there's no room for complacency because the tests come right to the end with the zigzag at 19. And don't forget, there's been a few knocks at 20, but not for Fredrik Persson, and he's in under time, and that is a fabulous, fabulous cones round. Slightly slower than Jerome Voutaz, but that doesn't matter because he's done brilliantly. Second place in the cones, but nothing to add, so he's some way in front now, thanking his horses. Absolutely right. Brilliant, brilliant horses. Gave him a lovely drive through that. Lots of work and training and many, many hours go into bringing about a performance like that. That was a pleasure to watch from Fredrik Persson. 166.97 is his total. That is now the mark to beat, the score to beat, the total. As we go back to zero on the board, and we are currently awaiting a round which will have a great bearing on the German team position. Still clapping outside as Fredrik comes back into the warm-up arena with a lovely big grin on his face. We got some good shots of that. And another gentleman who loves his driving, Georg von Stein, for the German team. Very impressive marathon from him. He even got some knockdown balls and penalties and still managed to come in on 118.75. Good marathon for him. 10th after the dressage, a good 47.11. Only those two scores sub 40. And that great marathon raised him up into 5th overall coming into this final phase. Another super team. The Germans in particular do have these fabulous horses. Such good quality for all the horses, even amongst those who aren't on the team. Sandmanns and Rene as well. just gliding smoothly through these loops back on themselves. These top-end combinations and drivers. That's it. Collecting up to make that turn. Look down, but straight back up. He's got his eye on that podium for an individual spot as well. Just depends what's going to happen again. Good marathon horses, no doubt about that. Only a bridge to them. Into zigzag at 12. A very slight spongy top on this surface when one walks over it. It's quite solid underneath. They are rolling it. That's how they're maintaining it. Sometimes you have the harrows or the mesh rollers, but these, the arena party in between, actually going over this with solid rollers to keep it flat, to keep the going as good as possible over lunchtime. And in the breaks they have the big tankers coming in full of water, spraying that round, and water cannons yesterday, as we've had in the warm-up area. Very dry here, so just to keep the dust down. There was masses of dust on the marathon yesterday, but nothing here, as Georg proceeds through his cones round, leaning into his horses. 19, one of the last big questions on this course. Yeah, don't lose your time. Keep going. Oh, the ball's gone. C went there because it really was looking very good for him. He will be just about on the nose, slightly over. That pops him behind Frederick in the standings, 8th for the cones. And that means that Germany will not catch the Netherlands. They will not catch the Netherlands now. So it looks like the Dutch, you see this is all provisional at this stage, have done all they need to do for a record-breaking 12th gold. But back to what's happening next. Belgium still in touch, as are Australia. So that cements a second place at the moment in the overall positions for Georg von Stein, Frederick Persson. A nice position to drive in for him, not too much pressure. This is where the pressure really starts to come for these athletes. The podium is in sight, and Georg can do no more as we welcome in Glenn Geerts. So just to confirm that 19C down, 3.36 was his cones. Total only just over the time. As in comes Glenn Geerts. A masterful marathon for him, one of the very last to go yesterday in that amazing parkland just above the town. Estimated about 20,000 people over the course of the day. It was so busy all day, you just couldn't move amongst the people. And they cheered on this gentleman from Belgium. Glenn Geerts. Individual and team pressure now. Sitting in 4th after the dressage and marathon. 4th on that marathon with 117.16, 8th in the dressage, 46.38. Bit of space between him and Bram for the individual positions, but it can all change so quickly. Again, another team you'd love to sit up behind. positive driving, positive horses. Everybody working in harmony. Narrow pair and 13. Oh, that will be an expensive ball for Glenn. One went at 13. 3 to add at the moment. Looking good for Fredrik Persson. If Glenn ends on this, he will stay ahead of him, but there's very little in it. He's still just ahead of Fredrik, but it's by fractions. Very exciting, extremely nail-biting. (19). And there will be time as well as he goes through cautiously but safely, yet C, unfortunately, has come up in red. So that ends it for Glenn. Just moves down the order a bit after that. 13 and 19C, 6 to add for Koens. A bit of time. He finished that in 1:95.56, 4.28 to add in time, a total of 10.28, 23rd after the Koens. 7th now with 1:73.82. Belgium still sitting now in bronze position. Hungary can't get past them now. All their drivers have gone, but Australia on 337.77 could go into bronze position. They won't get past Germany. Germany have done enough now to certainly get a silver. Definitely get a silver. But let's see what happens for Boyd. There's every chance that Australia will be making history in the team event as well. They've never figured really before as a team, or with any real chance, but they've given themselves an excellent chance this time as we welcome in Bram Chardon. 3 more to go. In 3rd position, currently European champion and currently the driving World Cup champion. If anyone can produce a world-beating Koens round, it is this gentleman. Normally one of his strongest phases. He's pretty consistent across all 3. That's why he does as well as he does. But Koens, very good for him. Very precise on his lines. If you follow Bram's progress with very different horses, he has the Lipizzana's for the World Cup, but always gives it 100%. But it's his precision on those turns, his rein handling, the dexterity on the reins. That's what helps keep him absolutely at the top of the World Cup competition. Very focused as an athlete. Always gets himself into the zone. When you watch him walking the courses, the concentration. He's always great and relaxed to chat to afterwards, but very much in his head beforehand. Yeah, that was a moment there. Little verbal encouragement for the bridge, but that was okay. That was okay. 12 at the moment. Trying to keep as forward and smooth as possible. It was remarkable that how close Bram's and IJsbrand's dressage marks were, just within a blink of each other after their tests. It won't be another individual medal for his father, but it may well be one for Bram. Fredrik Persson still in front at the moment. We're in our top 3 now as Bram comes into 19. The time is looking very good. I bet there's an awful lot of Dutch people holding their breaths at the moment, keeping fingers, everything crossed, as Bram Chardon rounds off his beautifully, perfectly judged cones round. That was sheer class. Well done, Bram. Well done, everybody. And that's what it means. That's it. He is like he opens up. He comes out of his focus and out of his zone. And look at that lovely smile. And that actually puts him first in the cones. He shifts Jerome Voutaz down in the cones. It was pretty predictable beforehand that he might well do that. He often wins in the cones, but absolutely brilliant. That the only moment of doubt in what was otherwise an exemplary round for Bram Chardon. Assured of an individual medal now. That's it, Bram will be on the podium. The Netherlands will take gold as a team. That's what that means. 322.69. That's where the team ends just now. Bram sitting on top of the leaderboard. Chester, Webber and Boyd Exell to come. Don't move a muscle as we bring you this incredible live coverage. Bram has done everything. He will get a medal. What colour will it be? 157.74. He finishes on his dressage and marathon total. Nothing to add, and he's also winning the cones round competition as well. Chester Webber, he's already broken a record at this 26th 4-in-hand World Championships. What can he do now? The last gold medal he won was in 2018 when the team, the Americans in Tryon at the World Equestrian Games, won the gold. He knows what it's like to win. He knows what it's like to produce a cones round without fault, under pressure. Can he do it now? Come on, Chester Webber, you've got many fans all over the world with these glorious dancing horses who produced a dressage test like no other on Friday. Chester said in the many interviews he had to give afterwards just how humbled he was to sit behind these horses. He gave all the credit to them and the team of people, the crew he has working with him on the horses' well-being, the training. He was even saying that he uses gallop training once a week with them. Obviously has the advantage of the racing set up around him at home in Florida, but these horses are also used in a similar way to the thoroughbreds. Chester Webber with these supreme driving horses. Beautiful bloodlines, all Dutch. And he has quite a type that he uses and actively looks out for them at age 3 and 4. Quite a discerning eye. There's quite a stamp of a Chester Webber horse through 4. has a cone in hand and 1 or 2 time penalties, but that is all. If he wishes to stay ahead of Bram at the end of this. There's just the faintest of murmurs round this big stadium. Sort of a sibilance in the air, like a hum. People know that we are very near the end of this. And we're in medal territory now. Tiniest of looks from the leader on the right. That was always going to be a good bridge for them. We're in 12. Zigzag. That was the first one that Glenn Geerts had down and ended his hopes of an individual podium. But Belgium, they'll be watching these scores very closely. Australia could well be in the top 3. Let's see what happens with Boyd. The wave. A, B, C, and D. Oh, I bet there's people jumping up and down, shouting at the screens all over the world. Oh, right, that's one down, 19. Come on, Chester, keep it together. Through B, through C. Oh, 2 down. That's been an expensive 19 for Chester Webber. Time absolutely perfect, 186.03. The pace was perfect, but that pops him behind Bram. He had 1 ball, but he didn't have 2. But he's still going to be on the podium. That is still going to be a medal for Chester Webber. We salute you, Chester. You've had an incredible World Championship. But Bram is assured at least of a silver. But there's quite a distance between Boyd and what comes next. Boyd is on 143.93. Bram sits there on 157.74. It was so nearly going to be a dream come true for Chester and back onto the podium in silver, but he has done enough. It just went 19. Had been the most beautifully judged round until that moment, but 19 pesky zigzag at the end. As we welcome in the gleaming gold helmets on the girls, Emma Olsen and Lisa Mitchell sitting behind Boyd. Whatever happens now, we will probably have history being rewritten in the next 190 or so seconds. He's had an absolutely foot-perfect World Championship so far. He came into it supremely confident because of the horses he was bringing, and he is another who will always pay credit to, as he says, the superstars that he's been lucky enough to sit behind over the years. The quality, the presence, the intelligence, the discipline of these horses. Boyd Exell going for gold here in Hungary. Slight hesitation as he came out of number 2, but he's got this great cushion behind him for the individual placing, but he will have an eye on that team podium place as well. Such a commanding presence these horses have. Oh, you could see in the body language there, he knew he hadn't got the line quite right. He's okay as far as his gold medal chances are going. He won't be winning the cones, but that's not really what he came here to do. So that assures Bram Chardon of his win in the cones competition. Jerome Voutaz will stay in second and Fredrik Persson in third. Those are our three now only double clears we can confirm as the yellow box appears beside the clock. Not often we see that, but even somebody like Boyd can feel the pressure. His brilliant mind will be doing the maths, as they say, and he, of course, will have his split times. Probably Hugh, who is also here, Hugh Scott Barrett, they will have worked that out, where he needs to be and when on this course, like in a World Cup round. Salvero and Hero at the time of declaration were the two that were going to be in all three phases. Mad Max, who also is in the indoor team, he's here as well. And Checkmate. As Boyd Exell proceeds round the cones, he's in the wave. Little hesitation there just to correct the line. So far remains on the three. There's still some big questions, even for a multiple world champion, but his position in the Hall of Fame is already set in stone. But it's going to be yet another world championship for Boyd Exell. There he goes, does it again. The flag comes down. Gold for Boyd and bronze for Australia. Look at that. Australia on the podium. They've pushed Belgium down. Shame for them, but that is a historical moment. A 7th individual and consecutive world championship for the man from Berge. Well done, Boyd Exell. Congratulations to you, your team, your crew, your horses. Thank you for giving us this incredible horse sport. We salute you. Confirmation, Boyd Exell, 146.93 by a country mile. He is our winner, champion, gold medalist. Individual will stand yet again atop a podium in driving. Bram Chardon, fantastic first individual gold, well, gold again for the team for the Netherlands, but silver for Bram Chardon, and the first of many, many individual medals for Bram. He's no doubt going to be biting the heels of his father when it comes to the medal tally. And congratulations, Chester Webber. Everything led to this moment. Back on the podium for him in bronze individually. Fredrik Persson just out of it. But a very, very good result for him. 4th, Georg von Stein 5th, Marika Harm 6th, IJsbrand 7th. Congratulations to him, another successful World Championship. Koos de Ronde, didn't they do well for the Dutch team, in 8th. Anna Sandmann, top 10 finish for her in 9th, and Glenn Geerts. Not to be a fairy tale finish for him this time, but it will be again soon, in 10th. Confirmation of the teams, Netherlands, Germany and Australian in bronze medal position. 4th for Belgium and 5th for Hungary. Confirmation, we have those medals next to the names. Boyd Exell, yet again, the Australian flag flies high. Netherlands in there. How many times have we seen Bram Chardon name? But we see the name of his super talented son Bram in there now. And Chester yet again, right at the top of it. Celebratory, festive, party atmosphere from start to finish, but it's not over yet. We're going to have a really great prize giving before too long. Don't go anywhere. The arena party are quickly clearing the cones away. There you have it, confirmation. Netherlands, 12th team gold for them. It's going to take quite something to get past that. Germany, good World Championships for them in silver. Yet again, they do seem to be playing bridesmaids at the moment, but very strong team effort from Michael Brochler, Marijke Harm and Gjord van Steen. And Australia, and real credit must be paid to Tor van den Berg for his great contribution to getting Australia onto the podium. They only had 2 in the team. Of course, when you've got Boyd Exell as one of your team members, that's quite something, but Tor played a very big part in that, and he will be gaining his first World Championship type medal. Belgium 4th, Hungary 5th, France in 6th, Czech Republic 7th, Poland 8th, and Romania in 9th. We ended up with 9 teams in the mix in the end. Only 7 down. I still have that cones round on the screen, just a red block round 7, but actually that was just a mere blip in what was otherwise a good round. Well judged on time. Boyd's round of 184.32, and confirmation of the cones results. We'll bring you some highlights, but Bram also won that cones competition. Jerome Voutaz, bittersweet end for him, but second in the cones. Fredrik Persson leaves again with a great competition under his belt and double clear, so he's in 3rd place. Those positions were dictated by the times, but we will bring you some highlights of what has been a really quite special day in Hungary. We've got a slight pause in the proceedings at the moment. Local time, the award ceremony should be at 3:30. Should be at 3:30. We're currently 2:45, so about 3/4 of an hour or so. But just keep this rolling on wherever you're watching in case there are any live changes to those times. At the moment, we think it's at 3:30, so about 3/4 of an hour or so. There'll be lots and lots of celebrations going on behind the scenes. And congratulations to absolutely everybody that has contributed to this, the 250 or so volunteers, the team who run the state stud here, and the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, the government. Everybody has played their part, and not least just the thousands and thousands of people that have lifted the atmosphere to quite a different level. It's been quite an eye-opener, and it's felt like one long party. How lucky they are as a nation just to have this support for driving and horse sport like this. This is an arena that's used a great deal for competitions. I think in a few weeks' time there's a big competition called the Hungarian Gallop, and that will be completely sold out, and we'll have some of our same team running that first weekend in October if you fancy coming and watching what goes on there. And my goodness, they do know how to have fun with their horses. So keep watching, don't go too far away, and all being well at 3:30, but if we're on any earlier, keep this rolling. You don't want to miss any of what really promises to be quite a special prize giving, as Boyd has won an incredible 7th and consecutive. It's one thing winning all these medals, but to do it one year after the next, after the next, after the next, with different horses is quite incredible. He really is a legend, and to get his team alongside Tóth onto the podium as well. Special stuff here. History being made in Hungary. Come back soon. Don't go far.
Kedves nézők, kedves hölgyeim és uraim, most kaptam az információt, hogy a 4-es fokozatban világbajnokság hivatalos ajándék voltjában 3 órától a megállapodott termékekre, illetve azokra a termékekre, amelyek otthon vannak, oldalazokra, óriási kedvezményeket biztosítanak, szóval arra bizonyos mindenki, hogy 3-tól látogassa meg a világbajnokság ajándék voltját, ugyanis kedvezményeket biztosítanak, amik megvan a termékekre.
Check, Mike, check.
I'm 3 o'clock at the official merch show. You will get huge discounts, so around 3 o'clock. It's super to go to the official merch show to get big discounts on our t-shirts, hat, and other merch.
Check.
Elsőként az eredményezésen fogadják hatalmat vezetett a magyar honvédség idén Szurmai Sándor Budapest helyőrség dandár, 32. szerződőben Budapest helyőrségének aranyagjása.
A very warm welcome back to you here in Spielsvásvárad as we start the procession for the awards ceremony. And nobody does pomp and ceremony quite like the Hungarians. Every night there's been something going on here. It's such a proud heritage, not just for the horses, but for all these sorts of wonderful bands. And we've had ridden, driven horses, the Cossacks, and no less celebratory as we welcome in the band. And as you can see, the sun is still shining. There's been absolutely no let up in it at all since those opening scenes from the horse inspection, the trot up on Wednesday morning. Answers on a postcard, please, still, for our rather impassive lady. Looks a bit like the Mona Lisa of Hungary. She's been watching proceedings and history being made here in this very arena as Boyd takes quite extraordinary 7th consecutive individual gold, and he and Tor have put them onto the podium for the team for the first time as they take bronze. That really is a great achievement, and all credit to Tor van den Berg for doing that. Germany just above them, no individuals for medals for them this time, but they do take silver for the national team competition. And of course the Netherlands, an unprecedented 12th team gold for them. Bram, who wins his first individual medal at a World Championship, and it is silver, the first of many. IJsbrand not on the podium this time individually, but certainly alongside Koos de Ronde, who will be there for the team. Belgium just off the podium. Boyd did enough for the Australians to put Belgium into 4th, and super for the Hungarians, our hosts. They're ahead of France. They, with József Dobrovitz Sr and Jr and Zoltán Lazar, really not far off the Belgians at all. They weren't going to catch the others, but super drives for them, and you saw what it meant to József Dobrovitz as he celebrated at the end of his cones round earlier today. France in 6th, Czech Republic 7th, Poland 8th, and Romania 9th. It really is all about the Lipizzaners when you come to this part of the world, and they have been celebrated in fine fashion from start to finish. That's Chief Steward Jan Tavares. There's one of our assistant course builders, Heather Briggs, and also FEI Director of Driving, Manu, who's flown in from Portugal. The dignitaries in place for an occasion like this. As we welcome in the Dutch team, Koos de Ronde, Bram Chardon, and shortly to come into view, who else but IJsbrand. Of course he's grinning. What a great championship he's had. Father and son, unassailable. What a team. And Koos, of course. So who's going to get past them? Sitting next to Bram Chardon, who himself has been on the Dutch team, directing everything there, as he does so well. A lot of success for the Dutch, down to him, the programs they have, the organisation, the training. Someone else just came into IJsbrand's leader's head, stand at the, head them up as we say, as in come this tremendously strong German team. No individual medals for them this time, but that doesn't matter. They are here with silver. Marijke Harm, beautiful cones round from her. Super dressage, very consistent in those phases. As the Australians come in, Boyd, who of course has just won his 7th consecutive individual title, quite extraordinary. And I can see Ross Carberry sitting next to Tor. He and wife Miriam have bred 2 of the horses, the Carberry horses, the mares, in that combination, and Hugh Scott Barrett, long-term part of the crew with Boyd. And of course, coming in as an individual, they didn't end up being in the team competition, but Chester Webber must be delighted. Marcy sitting next to him there, chef de keep. Individual bronze for him. Just 2 unlucky rolls in the cones. He could have afforded 1 to maintain his silver position, but still, he's there. Great scenes in this wonderful stadium. And the other teams come in, not on the podium, but certainly distinguished themselves through all 3 phases. The Belgians, Dries de Greek, Glenn Geerts, and Tom Stockman's there in your view. And of course, an inevitability in the 21st century. It's all been captured on a smartphone. We have had pretty big crowds here all through the competition. A few people have filtered off now. They've probably gone off to have a late lunch or a drink. It's certainly really busy beyond the walls. It's quite a buzzy atmosphere here with the music and lots going on. And of course, Zoltán Lazar. This will get a cheer for Hungary. There you go. Like a film star coming in, isn't he? And József Dobrovitz. He would eat your heart out. József Dobrovitz Jr. Good team performance from them. Our proud hosts celebrating their driving heroes. It's been front and centre throughout this competition.
And now you can clap your hands to the team representing France.
A great competition for that gentleman. That's Anthony Horde. Really excelled himself. 11th overall, Maxime Maricourt there. And Benjamin, he's got...
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome inside in the stadium.
Waving the caps, acknowledging the crowds. That's the French team in 6th. Next in, the commentators' favourite. No shame in the bias towards these lovely Kladrubers. From the Czech Republic. brothers Yiri and Radek Nesvacil, and Jaroslav Juran, another one of those teams that ranks high on my list, the Welsh Cobs.
Well, we still have some more to go to get in for the prize giving ceremony. And next we can see the flag that is representing
Radek there had a good marathon. He was the one member of the team whose scores counted all the way through. Sadly, Yiri, between 7 and 8, didn't complete his marathon. Still, oh, look at them. Don't they stand out? Those greys. The Poles, and these are homebred horses. Piotr Mazurek and Václav Sadowski, 2 members in the Polish and then the Romanian team to come in.
enter the arena, and the last team was here representing Romania. Kalman Babo and
Kalman Babo and Brakotsi for Romania. All the participating teams asked to come in for this celebration of what has been a very special World Championship. The 7th one was held here 40 years ago, 1984. And if you were ever in any doubt as to who the winner was back then, of course it was Laszlo Joás, who we've seen plenty of driving throughout the weekend as our test driver. And as an individual for Austria, Christian Schlehofer. Overall, final positions. Individually for Germany now. Anna Sandmann, you can just see her blonde locks there, and in front of her, Rene, there he is. Good event for him. 16th overall, so in the top half. Anna, 9th, so top 10 finish for her. Now the parade of the Hungarian individuals, and working the crowd as he has done all week. János Papp with his Nunius mares. And of course, getting all sorts of cheers. We've got Ferenc Galbács, senior and junior for Hungary, and István Batsy coming in, plus we were welcoming Sándor Tóth and Péter Juhász. There we go, there's Sándor Tóth and Peter coming in, or Petter to say it as they do here.
And next nation we're missing here in the stadium. This is the driver coming from and representing Italy.
Oh, there's Laszlo. He's not going to miss out on the fun, is he? Absolutely being front and centre of the celebrations here.
Italy's waiting for the entrance. So next team members, national drivers.
In comes for Holland as an individual Edwin van der Graaf, and that looks like he might have Hans Huys sitting next to him.
From that country, the only driver, Luca Cassottana.
And he looked like he had a lovely big smile on his face, had a great event. And for Italy, here's Luca Cassottana.
Jerome Voutaz.
A good event for the Italian, actually. 23rd, so it's about just over the halfway mark. And Jerome Voutaz, good to see all the grooms and everyone on the carriage. had a tremendous cones round, was leading all day until Bram Chardon came in. Went early on. Fredrik Persson coming in, another one who can go home very happy, just off the podium, but a 4th place overall for him. His horses looked as if they were going particularly well today, to give him a lovely cones round too. He was one of only 3, Bram, Jerome and Fredrik Persson, who had the double clears, which is probably about right in terms of the course builders. They'd be pleased with that. Some of the grooms are going to pop up onto the front to take the teams as the athletes get down for presentations. The culmination of so much work, planning, blood, sweat and tears, but it all came together so well. Just holding on there.
Please, let's start with the prize-giving ceremony. The cones test and the 6th place goes to the German driver with a team of 4 in-hand horses.
Our judges, our hosts and organisers, all lined up there.
Sixth best place driver in today's cones.
So this is the prize giving for the cones. So Maricourt on that penalty score of 2.93. She was 6th after the cones, as Koos de Ronde with his 1.95 was 5th. Always strong in that part of the competition. Well, they know each other, these drivers. Are travelling circus as we go around the world and Europe, in particular for these events. And great to see Benjamin coming up for France. Very stylish, and he takes 4th place. Always got time for a chat and a smile and a bit of news, Benjamin. Commentators stream as we're trying to get all the background information to share with you on these broadcasts. The rosettes. And Fredrik Persson. One of our 3 double clears, so that's a 3rd place for him in the cones competition. The presentations were last night. They had a bit of a party, also celebrating the previous Hungarian winners up at the stud.
So congratulations
For the formal prize giving for the dressage and the cones. And this is about the dressage. This is the cones now. That was for the dressage and the marathon last night. And Jerome Voutaz, who gave us that very early double clear, comes forward. There's Gbat Jr, who is the chief judge, and Vilmos Lazar.
And because, ladies and gentlemen, now your appreciation to the best cones test driver from Netherlands, Bram Chardon.
And we'll certainly be seeing plenty of this gentleman in the prize giving. Bram Chardon, making everybody who knows him well very proud, and his many fans around the world. I know there'll be lots of whoops and cheers from his friends in America as well. Bram goes over there teaching lots. As Bram took that win in the cone, something he tends to do in this phase, congratulating everybody. So that's our top 6 in the cones.
Congratulations.
The Chardons are going to need an even bigger trophy cabinet than they've had to date.
The next part of the prize giving ceremony is the time for the overall standings. The overall ranking in this year's World Championship in the individual category.
And there are my hard-working colleagues who've been our English and Hungarian announcers. They said it was very hot for them. They were in a glass-fronted container for the marathon. They said it felt like it was 50 degrees in there. And skipping forward, why wouldn't you? A great result for a great man. And his horses and the people who work so hard alongside him to give moments like this. The dressage tests, watch it again and again and again. It really was masterful, as we confirm there. Chester Webber for the United States receives his bronze medal from the chair of the driving committee, Mr. Joaquin Medina. He's also a judge.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the second best place driver, second best scorer here in Sivasvarat.
And back up again.
And this is the driver representing
for Bram Chardon. Now, this is the first time he stood on the podium individually, which is just tremendous. And you've still got Boyd Exell in the mix to get a silver and be in this company. They're all legends. Very good dressage, brilliant marathon, but perfect cones, that's what it took. Always a family effort from the Chardons. He had Leanne, his sister, with him
it's a pleasure to tell you
on the carriage.
the new world champion in this category for in-hand driving discipline with the World Equestrian Federation. Taking the driver from Australia, Boyd Exell.
Hiding behind that flag, Sarah Garnett, she's here, one of his vital members of the support crew, as once again, Boyd Exell comes forward.
Next individual gold title for this driver. This is the best
Job done.
of the world.
An extraordinary record and set of results in his driving career. Will it ever be matched? Who knows? 7th consecutive individual gold. What a remarkable achievement it is. He's smiling now, quite rightly. We're going to run out of hands soon. And there is David, who runs the State Farm stud here, and working furiously behind. Yes, that's very sensible, Chester. Can't hold it. Oh my goodness, it keeps coming. That's some goodie bag to take off the rostrum. I think they're all going to need some assistance. Beautiful trophies. In fact, the artistry and the design and the sculptures and the finishing of everything, the attention to detail has been really quite special. That's from the FEI, of course, who govern all of this. And these two gentlemen who've known each other for a very long time. Another one who's going to need a bigger trophy cabinet at home, Boyd Exell. He's done it again.
Congratulations once again. The first bowl of champagne is open, but we're waiting for the champagne shower. Because, ladies and gentlemen, please now, I would like to invite you to be abstaining. Because we would like to listen all together to the national anthem of Australia.
Hölgyeim és uraim, kedves vendégeink! Ausztrália himnusza következik a győztes tiszteletére.
Congratulations once again, the world champion, Exell.
Advance Australia Fair. How familiar it is to us in driving. As yet again, it's played at a prize giving and award ceremony.
A sport egyik legikonikusabb fotója előtt ezt tiszteleted, melyen Boyd Exell hőlafogaton gyerekként 1988-ban Canberrában. Akkor még sem lova, sem anyagi háttere nem volt, még csupán egy álma, hogy egyszer majd sikeres fogathajtó lesz. Ezt az alkotást most szeretnénk nagy szeretettel átadni Boydnak, melyet a művésznő Szabó Anna, azaz az ember prezentálja. Aki a legelsők között karolta fel a fiatal Boyd Exellt, Vince Tamás, a mű címe Gyerekkori álom.
Now that's rather a special image.
And the artist, the painter,
which has been painted and put together. With, of course, Prince Philip.
A beautiful present to the world champion.
That's pretty special. And, of course, you've got in there probably some young Lipizzaners and then the B of, which symbolises the state stud here. That's the sort of thing money just can't buy. How very special. Oh, here he goes.
So now, please, guys. Okay, this is...
Yeah, Chester got it first. Well done. Well, oh, yes. It does mean they smell absolutely delightful when you see them in the press conference not long afterwards. It's, yeah, it's in his eyes. Good on you, Chester. He's done it to the others plenty of times. Oh my goodness, somebody get him a wet flannel to wash that out of his eyes.
For these three best drivers in the world, congratulations.
Oh, penny for those thoughts just now. Jackets to the dry cleaners as soon as they get home. Yeah, he's going to get them back, but they're forewarned.
Full of champagne. Who's going to get it?
It might be you ring announcers who get it. Come on, Boyd. I'm normally pretty good at getting the... That's it, yeah, go on. Chester's very happy to be on that podium and part of the fun. Good on them. This is quite a pressure valve being released for these three drivers who have worked so hard to get to this point. Oh, he's still got fizz in his eyes. And so does Chester now. It's blinding them.
Okay, once again, congratulations. Thank you very much. So the best place drivers are now getting back to their carriages, and we would tell you...
We will see two of those three gentlemen back on the podium before too long for the teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce you the best three placed teams in the team competition of this year's World Championship for foreign drivers. And the third best placed team here, I hope Boyd is not going that far away because he must be here on the podium again.
He's probably trying to get the champagne out of his eyes. And this is quite a moment for the Australians, and really wonderful.
So once more,
the tour.
We would welcome the best placed
Ross Carberry up there holding the reins.
And the bronze medal in the team competition. This medal goes to Australia and two team members, Thor van den Berge and Boyd Exell.
A csapatversenyben 2024-ben bronzérmes Ausztrália, Boyd Exell és Thor.
Quite a moment for the two Australians to be on the podium.
So once again, congratulations.
This was a bit of the master plan back in the day, and then COVID came along, and Thor couldn't quite get going as fast as he might have done, but still, although he returns regularly to Australia, based with wife Melissa and the family mainly in Holland, for similar reasons that Boyd left the UK to move over there some time ago. Just much easier to access the events and the main action on continental Europe.
The second best placed team, the three drivers, Michael Brauke, Marike Hahn, Georg von Stein, and the team of Germany.
So confirmation there of the bronze team medal for Australia. They did enough to get ahead of the Belgians, and a real achievement with two people, no drop scores at all. Fantastic team there for the Germans, winners in previous competitions. Georg von Stein, Marike Hahn and Michael Brokler. What a lot of talent they have there. Oh, Marike just battling with her hat there.
And the second place.
Get the medal on.
Team competition for these three drivers, Michael Brauke, Marike Hahn and Georg von Stein.
Not too close overall between the teams. Sometimes there's barely anything between them, but enough distance between all to be like comfortably in their positions. No what ifs will be asked at the end of this. They've all done the job.
These three drivers, Koos de Ronde,
silver medals for the Germans in the team event.
Netherlands.
And quite extraordinary, father and son, yet again standing shoulder to shoulder. The great Bram Chardon, more medals than anybody in this sport. And
they are new world champions.
To maintain his form over so many years.
So congratulations.
40 years at the top of his game. That's remarkable.
Discipline of FEI
And Koos de Ronde stands next to them both, the Chardons.
The World Championship winners.
Quite a formidable threesome.
Világbajnok csapatban Hollandia, Edwin Chardon, Bram Chardon, Koos de Ronde.
And the team manager gets a sash as well, rightly so. He works very hard, all hours behind the scenes at Arts, absolutely dedicated to them all. And all sorts of congratulations. So those are the chefs or the managers as well for the teams who are receiving acknowledgement as well of the really quite vital role that they play in all this.
So once again, congratulations.
So this will be the Dutch national anthem now.
Flowers and everything they really need.
A rendi polceren dr. Falvai Mátyás adját, Farkas Sándor gratulál. Gratulál Lázár Vilmos úr, a Magyar Lovasport Szövetség elnöke, az Állami Méhesgazdaság Szilvásvárad igazgatója, Cseri Dávid úr is gratulál.
So all the team members are getting these beautiful trophies. Of course, they have the bottles of champagne, but wait for it, wait for it. So now the trophies for second best place team was representing Germany.
Nagy tapsot kérünk a német csapat tagjainak is. Lázár Vilmos úr adját részükbe. A nekik járó serlegeket.
German team of these three drivers, Georg von Stein, the lady Marike Harm, two ladies only, two women in this year's World Championship, and one of them is second with the team, Marike Harm, and Michael Braukel as well on the team of Germany. Congratulations. And more trophies now for the winning team. The team that came here right here as a favorite team. Oh, the champagnes are crazy today. Anyway, congratulations also the chef d'équipe. They did the hard work for their teams. And thank you very much for your work. So now the trophies for the winning team of this year's World Championship here in Hungarian Szilvásvárad. The team was represented by Koos de Ronde, Bram Chardon, and also Bram Chardon, the team from Netherlands.
A győztes csapat tagjai, Hollandia, Bram Chardon, Bram Chardon, Koos de Ronde. Lázár Vilmos adját a díjakat. Gratulál Farkas Sándor, miniszterhelyettes, a Magyar Lovasport Szövetség korábbi elnöke. Cseri Dávid úr adját a virágokat. A Herendi Polcerán Manufaktúra képviseletében pedig ezeket a műalkotásokat dr. Falvai Mátyás adját.
So all the trophies for best place teams and the drivers.
És nem csak a versenyzőknek, hanem a szövetségi kapitányoknak is kérnék egy hatalmas tapsot. Ausztrália szövetségi kapitánya Karen Everett. Németország szövetségi kapitánya Karl-Heinz Miguel.
congratulations once again. Thank you, the chefs, the equipe, for your work, of course, and thank you very much for your performances here during the World Championship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would celebrate them again, and please be upstanding because we would listen to the national anthem and honor the winning team of Netherlands.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a győztes csapat tiszteletére kérem fennállva hallgassuk meg Hollandia himnuszát.
Another gold title for Netherlands. Bram Chardon, and Koos de Ronde.
There we have it, our three teams on the podium. Oh, looks like IJsbrand's up to mischief as well.
For the first time in their career on the World Championship, Tom van der Berge and Boyd Exell.
They're all at it now, yep. Bram got in there first. Oh, here they go. More dry cleaning. Michael Broekles sprinting off there. He doesn't want us soaking.
What we call a proper.
Yeah, and how much fun is still having it. It's not great in the eyes, this champagne. Such dignity they're showing at a time like this. Our world champions. But it also shows that they have characters and a sense of fun because everything has been focused on this moment. So if they want to let off some steam and have a bit of fun, good for them. Great smile there from Georg. He is always smiling, but that's an even bigger one today. And they've got to pick up somehow all their bits and pieces. IJsbrand sprinting off left of camera. Still a few bits and pieces left on the podium. Let's hope they get back to who they need to be with as we enter our final moments of the coverage. And that's, yes, he's coming back to pick up his bits and pieces. It really has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to share the action, the sport, the highs and the lows with you. Thank you so much for tuning in. And huge thanks to the great crew behind the scenes, in my ear, on the cameras, adjusting, fiddling, making sure that these pictures and just the sheer quality of the coverage is kept for your enjoyment. There's some very clever people behind the scenes.
Egy nagy tapsot kérünk a felajánlónak, gratulálunk Lázár Zoltánnak, gratulálunk Dobrovitz Józsefnek és ifjabb Dobrovitz Józsefnek.
And a special award for József Dobrovitz.
Kár szörnyeg a indó gyártója, és Lázár Vilmos gratulál.
Vilmos Lazar, quite possibly is the highest placed Hungarian. He ended 13th overall. He was 10th on the marathon and 15th in both the dressage and the cones. So pretty even performance from him.
Érkezik vissza a Bold Exell fogata, úgy tűnik, hogy egy picit le kellett higgadni a lovaknak, a győzelem után lehet ők is. Nagyon-nagyon örültek a világbajnoki címnek, a sokadik világbajnoki címnek, és amíg érkezik Bold Exell, várjuk majd vissza ide azokat, akik majd beszédet mondanak a záró ünnepségen, illetve a díjátadás után. Hölgyeim és uraim, a 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokságon először tisztelettel felkérem Farkas Sándor miniszterhelyettest, a Magyar Lovas Szövetség korábbi elnökét, hogy tartsa meg beszédét.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves barátaim! Lovakról beszélni nemes dolog, hiszen lovaink hoztak bennünket ide a Kárpát-medencébe, ahol otthonra találtunk és hazát teremtettünk magunknak. Amikor több mint 1100 éve idejöttünk, hogy kijelöljük szálláshelyünket, már egy évezredes állattartó kultúra volt mögöttünk. Sztyeppei társaikhoz hasonlóan honfoglaló eleink magyar nagyállattartó nomád gazdálkodást folytattak. Értettek a lovakhoz, a juhokhoz, a marhákhoz is, de nem csupán értettek hozzájuk, hanem tisztelték és szerették is őket. És nem csak mi látjuk így magunkat, a 19. század egy bajor agrárgazdasági szakember írt erről nagyon érzékletesen. A Magyar Mezőgazdaság címet viselő művében. A magyar nem csupán számításból tenyészt állatot, született hajlama van rá. Európában mind pásztornép jött be, mikor mindinkább korlátok közé szorult az állattenyésztés, a magyar mindig hű maradt hozzá. Még udvarias is a lovával, nem üti, hanem beszél hozzá és bátorítja hízelgő szóval. Vélekedésében Heinrich Ditz nem állt be egyedül. Más utazók is kiemelt figyelmet szenteltek a 19. században a magyar pásztoroknak. Nem véletlen, hogy Magyarországot a puszta, a csárda, a csikós, a gulyás hazájaként jelenítik meg, és ez a szép országkép máig is él. A lovakhoz fűződő különleges kapcsolatunk máig élő, megtartó hagyomány. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Ne feledkezzünk meg arról sem, hogy a lovak mellett a sport is évezredek óta elválaszthatatlanul hozzátartozik az emberhez. Fogalmazhatunk úgy is, hogy emberi mi voltunk egyik jellemző megnyilvánulása. Előbbre jutni, tanulni, fejlődni, mind-mind nemes célok. Független attól, hogy egy sportág mennyire van beágyazódva a hétköznapi életünkbe. De mégiscsak mindközül a legnemesebb az, amikor az együttműködés jelenti a siker zálogát. És ha ez az együttműködés azzal az állatfajjal valósul meg, amelyhez nemzetünk történetében a kezdetektől szoros kapcsolat fűz minket, akkor még inkább úgy érezhetjük, hogy megérkeztünk, hazatértünk. Hazatértünk Magyarországra, és hazatértünk a lótenyésztés és a lovasport egyik hagyományos fellegvárába, ide Szilvásváradra. A Kincsem Nemzeti Lovasprogram keretében 2018-ban átadott és világbajnokságnak is otthonul szolgáló komplexum mára Európa szerte ismertté vált. Rendszeres találkozóhelye sportlovaglóknak, kaszkadőröknek és a történelmi hagyományőrzőknek épp úgy, mint a lovakért rajongóknak. A világ azon versenypályái egyike, amely minden lovas szakágat egy helyen tud kiszolgálni. Hölgyeim és Uraim, az elmúlt napok eseményeit látva nem túlzás azt állítani, hogy a világbajnoksággal a 4-es fogathajtás is újra hazatért. Kevés olyan sportág van ugyanis a világban, amely ennyire szorosan kötődik a magyar lovas hagyományokhoz, a lovas innovációhoz, a lovas kultúrához. A fogathajtó szakák király kategóriájában a rajthazállók többsége a lószerszámoktól hajtóstílusig a magyar mintát is követi. magának a sportágnak a megteremtésében is úttörők, és sokáig világszerte utánzott iskolateremtő mesterek voltak. A világ lovasportja idén ünnepli a legendás 1984-es szilvásváradi bajnokság jubileumát. 40 évvel ezelőtt a Nemzetközi Lovas Szövetség elnöke, Nagy-Britannia egykori királynőjének férje Fülöp herceg is rajthoz állt. A korabeli sajtóbeszámoló szerint a herceg akkor így nyilatkozott. Ez a pár nap elegendő volt, hogy teljes bizonyossággal meggyőződjem arról, a szervezők világbajnoksághoz méltó nagyszerű feltételeket teremtettek. Tökéletes az ellátás, a kiszolgálás, a tájékoztatás, és ami nekem külön öröm, a lovaim is ideális körülmények között várhatják a rajtot. De nem csak emiatt emlékezünk vissza szívesen a jubileumi ünnepségre, hanem azért is, mert a magyar csapat nyert, és az egyéni versenyzők egyaránt a dobogó legmagasabb fokára álltak. Az ország összefogásának és a szervezők elhivatottságának köszönhetően ez a verseny nem csak sporttörténeti siker volt, hanem hozzájárult a település és a régió fejlődéséhez is. A mostani világbajnokságra is kiválóan felkészültek, és ezúttal is maradandót alkottak 14 nemzet, 43 versenyző, 215 ló. A nemzetközi megmérettetéshez ezúttal sem találhattak volna szebb kulisszákat a szervezők. A Bükk ölelésében, a Szalajka-völgyben elterülő Lipszicai Lovasközpont ugyanis olyan helyszín, amely még a rutinos hajtókat is ámulatba ejti. A varázslatot atmoszféra mellett az elmúlt napokban több magyar indulóra is büszkék lehettünk. A világbajnokság egyszerre testesítette meg a magyar nemzet lovakhoz kötődő hagyományait és a sport iránti szeretetét. A magyarság hagyományainak, kultúrájának évezredek óta szerves része a ló. A lovasport, a lótenyésztés nemzeti kincsünk és büszkeségünk. Mögöttük hagyott napok ezt az örökséget mutatták be, méltó módon országnak, világnak. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Nem csak az elmúlt napok, az elmúlt évek komoly munkája is letette hírét, letette névjegyét ebben a sportágban, nem csak a 4-es, 2-es, 1-es és egyéb lovasportokban is. Én kívánom azt, hogy a most záruló világbajnokság ne csak Szilvásváradnak, hanem az egész magyar lovasportnak is új lendületet adjon. Gratulálok a győzteseknek, gratulálok a helyezetteknek, köszönjük a szervező munkát a szervezőknek, az otthont adó szilvásváradiaknak. Köszönöm megtisztelő figyelmüket, gratulálok az első, másod és harmad helyezettekhez, és minden résztvevőnek az eredményes világbajnokságon való részvételért. Köszönöm megtisztelő figyelmüket.
Köszönjük szépen, hölgyeim és uraim, önök Farkas Sándor miniszterhelyettes, a Magyar Lovasport Szövetség korábbi elnökét hallották. Most pedig következzen a Magyar Lovasport Szövetség jelenlegi elnöke, Lázár Vilmos úr.
Kedves lovas barátaim, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim!
Dear equestrian friends, ladies and gentlemen.
Nagy büszkeséggel tölt el minket, hogy közel egy hétig ismét Szilvásváradra figyelt a fogott világ.
It fills us with great pride that for nearly a week, Szilvásvárad once again became the focus of the driving world.
A képernyők előtt a stadionban és a maratonon több tízezer néző, szurkoló kísérte figyelemmel a fogathajtó csúcs találkozót.
Tens of thousands of spectators, both in front of the screens at the stadium and during the marathon, followed the summit of driving competitions with enthusiasm.
A résztvevők nevében is mondhatom, hogy felemelő érzés volt és újabb energiákat mozgósított a hozzáértő közönség figyelme, támogatása és szeretete. Köszönjük!
On behalf of the participants, I can say that it was an uplifting experience at the attention and support of the knowledgeable audience energized us even further. Thank you.
Az idén 100 éves Magyar Lovas Szövetség nevében gratulálok a győzteseknek, helyezetteknek, de nem csak nekik, hanem mindenkinek, aki részt vett a versenyen, hiszen itt a fogathajtás győzött.
First of all, on behalf of the 100-year-old Hungarian Equestrian Federation, I congratulate the winners and those who placed, but not only them, everyone who participated in the competition, because here the real winner was driven.
Szeretnék köszönetet mondani a szervezőknek, rendezőknek, hivatalos személyeknek, a lelkes önkénteseknek.
I would like to thank the organizers, directors, officials and the enthusiastic volunteers who took on extra responsibilities with their expertise and passion.
Továbbá szeretném megköszönni a magyar kormánynak és a Nemzetközi Lovas Szövetségnek a bizalmat, a támogatást.
Furthermore, I would like to express my gratitude to the Hungarian government and the FEI for their trust and support.
Kijelenthetem, hogy a nemzetközi fogadhajtó társadalom mindig számíthat magyar lovat barátainak támogatására, hiszen a fogadhajtás Magyarországon itthon van.
I can confidently state that the international driving community can always rely on the support of our Hungarian equestrian friends, as driving is truly at home here in Hungary.
Hölgyeim és uraim, Lázár Vilmost hallottuk, most pedig Cseri Dávid következik, az Állami Ménes Gazdaság Szilvásvárad igazgatója.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves lovas barátaim! 4 évtized után ismét eljött az idő, mikor világbajnokságot ünnepelhetünk itt, Szilvásváradon. Világbajnokságot ünnepelhet Szilvásvárad és az egész magyar lovasport. Az elmúlt napokban láthattuk, átérezhettük, miért van az emberiség oldalán a ló évezredek óta, és miért szól számos ember élete máig a lovakról. Ismét megérezhettük a Bükkhegység és a lipicai fajta varázslatát, miért ragaszkodunk hozzá több, mint 4 évszázada, és egykor miért változtatta meg országok történelmét, miért kötötte össze nemzetek sorsát a mai napig. Büszkén jelenthetem ki, hogy a lovak szeretete miatt évtizedek óta nem látott tömegek utaztak a lipicai lovas központba és a mellette elterülő maratonpályára. Az elmúlt napok során közel 50 000 embert láthattunk vendégül. A maratonhajtás hangulata a régi idő varázsát idézte példaképeink szerint is. A világ minden részéről sokan visszatértek azok közül, akik már 1984-ben is itt ünnepelték a fogadhajtást hajtóként, segédhajtóként, nézőként, vagy éppen sajtósként. Sokan visszatértek azok közül is, akik itt döntötték el, hogy életüket a lovaknak szeretnék szentelni. Szeretettel szeretném külön köszönteni őket. Ha itt önök között csak egyetlen gyermek is ül, aki hasonlóan cselekszik a világbajnokság hatására, már megérte az egész rendezést. A rendezés joga az elmondhatatlan megtiszteltetés mellett ugyanekkor a felelősséggel is járt. Felelősséggel elődeink munkájára gondolva. 1984-ben a magyar fogadhajtás a Holdra szállt, minden idők legjobb magyar eredménye született. 2024-ben talán már mondhatom, hogy egy sikeres világbajnokság után az érmek helyett pedig lehetőséget kaptunk. Lehetőséget, erőt, hogy a magyar fogadhajtást elkezdjük visszavezetni az őt megillető helyre. A lehetőség a mi kezünkben van. Hagyományainkkal, lovas kultúránkkal, szakembereinkkel és a mi lovaink szeretete mellett a legfontosabb, az itt minket körülvevő közönség támogatásával és szeretetével minden lehetőségünk megvan erre, élnünk kell vele. Példaképeink emlékének és munkásságának is tartozunk ezzel. A 2024-es világbajnokság rendezésének sikere a héten a sokszor emlegetett Petkó Szantner Tibortól indult, a háború utáni sikerek gyeplőjét pedig Váradi Jenő, Váci Ernő, Szilvásváradra gondolva pedig elődöm, Dalos Andor vette át. Mellettük büszkén emlékeztünk meg a magyar fogadhajtás nagy barátjára, Fülöp Edinburgh hercegére. Történelmi dolog, hogy a hetet 84 hőseivel élhettük át, melyet külön köszönök, és jó egészséget kívánok nekik. A csodálatos közönségünk mellett szeretném megköszönni minden fogadhajtónak, segédhajtónak, lovásznak, kollégámnak a szervezőbizottságból és a ménes gazdaságból, hogy lehetővé tették a hetet, melynek számos csodája egész életünket végig fogja kísérni. Köszönöm azoknak, legfőképp dr. Nagy István agrárminiszter úrnak, aki hitt benne, köszönöm azoknak, akik hittek ebben a világbajnokságban, azoknak pedig még inkább, akik nem, és ezzel minket erősítettek. Kérek mindenkit, hogy a hétből erőt merítve dolgozzunk együtt tovább lovainként, szeretett sportunkért és Szilvásváradért. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear equestrian friends, after 4 decades, the time has come again when Szilvásvárad and Hungarian equestrian sport can celebrate a world championship. In the past few days, we could see and feel why the horse has been on the side of humans for thousands of years, and why many people's lives are still about horses. We could once again feel the magic of the big mountains and the magic of the Lipizzaner breed, why we have instead to them for more than 4 centuries, and why it once changed and connected the destinies of nations. I can proudly announce that for the love of horses during the past few days, mass people, nearly 50,000 persons that haven't been seen in the decades traveled to the Lipizzaner Equestrian Center. The atmosphere of the marathon drive evoked the charm of the old days according to our role models. From all over the world, many of these who celebrated the competition already in 1984 returned as drivers, grooms, spectators or journalists. Many of those who decided here that they want to dedicate their lives to horses have also returned. I would like to greet them with love. If there is only one child sitting here among you who acts similarly under the influence of the World Championship, it was worth the organization. The right to organize this event was a huge honor as well as an untold responsibility, thinking responsibly about the work of our predecessors. In '84, the Hungarian Geerts driving on the moon, and the best Hungarian results of all time was achieved. In addition to our wonderful audience, I would like to thank all the drivers, grooms, riders, and many colleagues from the organizing committee and the State Farm for making this week possible, the many miracles of which will accompany us throughout our lives. Thank you to those who believed in this World Championship. I ask everyone to draw strength from this week and continue to work together for our horses, for our beloved sport. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Köszönöm szépen.
Hölgyeim és uraim, önök Cseri Dávidot hallották, a Szilvásváradi Állami Mezőgazdaság igazgatóját. És végül felkérném Joaquim Medina Garcia urat, a Nemzetközi Lovas Szövetség elnökségi tagját, hogy zárja a rendezvényt.
Dear friends, the sporting days of the 26th FEI Driving World Championship for Foringhang in Szilvásvárad are over. We have seen 41 of the best four-in-hand drivers on the world, representing 40 nations at this beautiful venue.
Kedves barátaim, végére értünk a Szilvásváradi 26. Ineos FEI 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokság versenynapjainak. Ezen a gyönyörű helyszínen a világ legjobb 4-es fogathajtói közül 41-et láthattunk 14 nemzet képviseletében.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the world champions, the medals winners, and all participants for their result. We have seen great sportsmanship, fair sport, and respect for horses that define our sport.
Mindenek előtt szeretnék gratulálni a világbajnokoknak, az érmeseknek és minden résztvevőnek az elért eredményekhez. Nagyfokú sportszerűséget, tiszta sportot és a lovak iránti tiszteletet láttunk, és ezek mind meghatározzák a sportunkat.
It was great pleasure to see the history that shaped this championship, being held in Szilvásvárad once again after 40 years. I would like to express my thanks to the organizing committee, the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, the State Farm, and all involved for their commitment and hospitality.
Nagy öröm volt látni, hogy a 40 évvel ezelőtti VB történelme hogyan járult hozzá, hogy évtizedekkel később Szilvásvárad újra otthont adjon egy világbajnokságnak. Szeretnék köszönetet mondani a szervezőbizottságnak, a Magyar Lovasszövetségnek, a Szilvásváradi Állami Ménesnek és minden érintettnek az elkötelezettségükért és a vendégszeretetükért.
Thank you to the FEI officials for creating a fair and smooth event, contributing to the success of this championship. Also, I would like to congratulate the owners, team members, chef d'equipes, trainers and families, and thanks them for their participation in this championship and showing high level of sport and dedication to driving.
Szeretném megköszönni a Nemzetközi Lovasszövetség hivatalos személyeinek, hogy tisztességes és zökkenőmentes eseményt hoztak létre, hozzájárulva a bajnokság sikeréhez. Továbbá szeretnék gratulálni a tulajdonosoknak, a csapattagoknak, a szövetségi kapitányoknak, az edzőknek és a versenyzők családtagjainak. Köszönöm nekik, hogy részt vettek ezen a bajnokságon, bizonyították a sportszerűségüket és a sportág iránti elkötelezettségüket.
As the event comes to an end, on behalf of the FEI President, Mr. Igmar de Bos, I declare the 26th FEI Driving World Championship for Foreign Hand closed. Thank you.
A rendezvény lezárásaként a Nemzetközi Lovasszövetség elnökének, Mr. Igmar de Bos nevében a 26. Ineos FEI 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokságot lezárom. Köszönjük szépen Joaquim Medina Garcia, Lázár Vilmos úr, Farkas Sándor és Cseri Dávid.
So ladies and gentlemen, these were the speeches, and with your applause we can say goodbye to
and that is it as the curtain closes on another World Championship. It looks like we will, of course, be back again in 2 years' time in Aachen,
They can leave now to the wall.
which promises to be another quite different but equally special occasion. Thank you so much for tuning in, for your great comments on the social media posts, your personal messages. Great to know that you are out there, as are very patient horses. For those of you thinking about how hot it is, you can see there's actually quite a nice breeze. Probably horse and human have benefited from a little bit of downtime as they've listened to the speeches, ceremony done as only the Hungarians can. But some very important thank yous to the many, many people that have to come and work together, slot into big or little roles to bring us an occasion such as this. But the perfect moment to, of course, salute the horses themselves. They're the athletes. And as these Nonius mares across our screens, we also salute the heritage breeds, the modern breeds, and everything in between that plays such an important role in driving. So Juras there, looking great. He's had one of the best weeks of anybody. Edwin van der Graaf there, still smiling. Quite a few people have stayed on to the end. Still festive feel to it all. Great shots there, looking back to the crowd. They're sensibly trying to stay. That's the VIP area in the middle, in the shady part of the stadium.
The driver from Poland, Piotr Mazurek. Taking it right to Mr. Sadowski. Česká republika, Maxime Maricourt. Dále také Jaroslav Juran. And from the Czech Republic as well, Yiri Nesvacil Jr. And France, right now, Mr. Horde. Followed by Berge Aillaud. And Belgium now, Mr. Stockman. Thank you. Belgium driver playing Geerts. Thank you very much. And another Belgian driver, Graaf. Hungary drivers, and another Hungary driver, here we go. Thank you very much for yours, and thank you for your performance.
Their feet, rightly so. Still cheering on the drivers and the horses. And pulling out. Worth the many miles travelled for Chester Webber.
Congratulations to the team from Netherlands.
Final moments of our live coverage in Spiels Vasvarad.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The best place drivers.
As the rest of those winning and medaling team members disappear out. So we're going to round off our coverage of this as the drivers just give those remaining in the stadium one last look at their wonderful horses and salute them for what they've done in just lifting and cheering and making this quite electric weekend. Even the dressage, such an atmosphere. So we're going to bring you some highlights and just thank everybody once again for all they've done in the course of the preparations and the running of not just the broadcast, the sights and sounds, but in the organising. But the last word will, of course, go to these fantastic horses. We salute them. I'm Sarah Dance. Thank you so much for tuning in. Take care, safe journeys home, and I can't wait to bring you some more driving action at the next big event.